to other bars. Let's see. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Isabelle. Councillor Légère. Thank you, Your Worship.
In a sense, it extends their business because of the fact that we're going to give them a lot more space for the summer. So what in turn does the city receive? For example, when we have patios on Main Street, there are fees and so on. So are we doing the same model and same contract and so on for this?
Correct. That is correct. They will pay the fee that we accumulate for parking spaces, much like any other patios in the downtown.
So then when you're assessing the pilot, because you mentioned that it's a very short end of street and it's one way. So will you come back looking at what other areas in the city could benefit from, for example, an extension, something like this? Because I'm sure that other bar owners in the city are going to be wondering, well, what can they do to improve their outside space? So it would be good to perhaps even as we do this pilot, perhaps use the opportunity to maybe solicit information from other bar owners and so on, particularly St. George Street and other areas, right? And you could go further and beyond, but certainly so that when you come back, you expect to come back in the fall, I presume, with the results?
Yes, we will probably come back in the fall with just a bit of a summary of how it went. Certainly, we remain open to having discussions with any entrepreneur who might have ideas. We have in the past, and we will continue to do so. I think we all we all buy into the vision that we want downtown Moncton to be a vital center for the city, and this is a good part of it. We've been working on some placemaking areas and projects with DMCI and others, and so this is, we think, is a good start. And again, anyone who has an idea, we certainly welcome those ideas and see where that can lead to.
Okay, thank you. Merci, Madame.
Merci. Je vois pas d'autres questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands. Excellent question, Councillors Bourgeois and Légère.
Can we close the vote? Councillor Butler is not here this evening.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Next would be public and administration presentations, exposé du public et de l'administration. And this evening, 6.1, it's public presentations, les exposés. We have 3 before. I believe that Deputy Mayor, you have something to say prior.
Oui, simplement pour mentionner au conseil, we will hear the 3 presenters, and then if you have questions, we will go to questions at that time. Donc, merci.
6.11 is an update on Bannon House in Wellspring, New Brunswick, and Francis LeBlanc, President and CEO of the Friends of the Moncton Hospital Foundation, and Jacqueline Bloom, Director, Cancer Support, Friends of the Moncton Hospital, is here to provide an update.
Bonsoir, France.
Working. There it is. There you go. So again, here to provide a bit of an update on Bannon House and a bit about the Friends of the Moncton Hospital Foundation. So we may read the Friends of the Moncton Hospital Foundation is the philanthropical arm of the Moncton Hospital, and we remain committed to our purpose, which is to transform healthcare and to change lives. But we as a board and staff have come together to do a bit of repositioning and sort of led us to Bannon House, including going from being a purely funder of healthcare to a catalyst of change, looking at not just hospital-based projects, but also impact on community, looking at really specific areas of meaningful change where we can contribute, and also bringing partnerships from transactional to more relationship-based long-term to be able to have even more impact on our community. We're also changing the way we measure outcomes, looking really at access, navigation, partnership, and sustainability, making sure that what we do addresses some of the pain points and align also with the provincial health plan as well as the strategic plan of Horizon Health. So we launched our charitable programs a few years ago, starting with a unique partnership between the Friends of the Moncton Hospital Foundation and CHU Dumont Foundation, which is our sister organization, to launch a non-medical support program for people living with cancer as well as their caregivers. This is accessible at no cost to participants and without any referrals needed. And really excited to have opened officially Bannon House in December 2025. But for a year prior to that, have delivered programs in partnership with a lot of community organizations, including the Y, Pura Vida, and others, to make sure that we could get access to these programs. So in the next year, we will focus on making sure that Bannon House really becomes a community resource center that it's meant to be. We'll have about 12 recurrent programs throughout the year, not only offered at Bannon House, but also at L'Auberge Monseigneur Henri Cormier at Dumont as well. And those are accessible in both official languages, in person, and also virtual. We also have an advisory committee made of professional and community members that help support needs assessment, figuring out the programs we need to evolve to make sure that we are really addressing the need of the population. Quickly, the impact in the last year. So as I mentioned, we did have programs offered in person in the last year. We've impacted over 100 participants already informally, launched officially programs at Bannon House in January 2026, and looking for growth even from early days. What Bannon House has become is really truly a community center. Not only do people come access programs, but they stay. They build friendships, they build network, and it really is the intent. Bannon House is also available for community groups that might support groups that might have been meeting out elsewhere free of charge so that they can have a safe space to meet. So that's my quick update. If there's questions after, I'm more than happy to answer. Thank you for your time.
Merci, France.
Our next presenter is on the Riverfront Master Plan Honor Garden Area, Nadine Larche.
Bonsoir, Nadine.
Can you,
No?
it's back on.
Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Okay. Okay. Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Good afternoon, councillors.
Thank you, Worship.
Of the Riverfront Master Plan. I previously shared some thoughts by email, but I wanted to speak to you directly to make sure my voice was heard. I hope to work with council and planners to ensure this important space is respected while continuing to enhance the riverfront for everyone. I was born and raised in Moncton. My husband and I lived away for 4 years, then we chose to return to this beautiful bilingual city to raise our 3 children. I care about this community and remain very involved. Last November, I attended the Riverfront Master Plan open house and was really pleased to see many exciting ideas being proposed. I support a vibrant riverfront that brings people together while ensuring Honor Garden remains a peaceful, reflective space. While I know the Riverfront Master Plan has not yet been formally adopted, planning does guide future decisions. For that reason, I wanted to state clearly that I do not support the original concept for the area surrounding Honor Garden. And while I know the plan is being refined and I appreciate that more consultation is now taking place, some elements of the initial concept did not fully align with the intent and significance of Honor Garden. They appear to overlook the role as a serene place for reflection. Even in early planning stages, lines on maps represent priorities. When active recreation appears immediately beside a memorial space, it signals a direction that does not fully respect the intent of Honor Garden. With continued additional consideration, the plan can support an active riverfront while ensuring Honor Garden remains the quiet, peaceful space it was intended to be. To help achieve that, I believe some clear formalized protections for the area surrounding Honor Garden should be considered. To provide some context, on June 4th, 2014, 3 RCMP members were killed protecting our community. 2 others were seriously injured, and many more first responders rushed to help. That day was one of the darkest in our community's history. Many remained forever affected. In the days that followed, our community came together to support the RCMP, first responders, the families, and one another. Honor Garden was later created along the riverfront to remember the bravery shown that day and the strength of our community. I'll share a quote from the panels. Honor Garden celebrates life, bravery, community spirit, and resilience. Views of the Moncton skyline and the Petitcodiac River provide a peaceful location to honor the commitment of those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And as many of you know, one of the police officers killed that day was my husband, Constable Doug Larsh. That's why this matters to me and matters to others. Honor Garden was thoughtfully planned and designed. All levels of government were involved. The location along the river, the skyline views, the quiet setting were intentionally chosen to create a peaceful place for the remembrance and reflection. Honor Garden represents the sacrifice of Constables Doug Larsh, Dave Ross, and Fabrice Gévaudan, and the lasting impact of their loss on families, first responders, and the community. It was created with significant community involvement. The central monument features 3 bronze statues. It includes 12 bronze maple leaves on which hundreds placed their thumbprints, and many shared meaningful words on the interpretive panels. RCMP members, first responders, city staff, hospital staff, residents of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, and local school children all contributed to this. This space is not only a memorial, it's a collective expression of grief, respect, and remembrance. As someone with a degree in recreation, I fully support active recreation and development along the riverfront. However, the area immediately surrounding a monument honoring 3 fallen police officers should remain quiet and respectful. I have serious concerns about initial proposals placing active recreational uses immediately beside this space, such as pump tracks, essentially a skateboard park, but for bikes, a splash area, or a playground. I've also heard suggestions about moving the monument, which I strongly oppose. We would not place active recreation beside the Cenotaph in Victoria Park or near other memorials in our city. I respectfully ask for the same consideration to be given to Honor Garden. Because this space was created through meaningful community participation, the same community voice and original intent should be respected in planning. This is also an opportunity to strengthen the riverfront plan by clearly recognizing Honor Garden as a place of quiet reflection within an otherwise active corridor. For this reason, I'm asking council and staff to establish a clear buffer zone around Honor Garden. This would protect the intent of the memorial and provide planning clarity as the riverfront evolves. Clear protections today will help contentious decisions in the future. The buffer should remain green, contemplative space and not be used for active recreation, which could be located elsewhere. Passive low-impact activities would still be appropriate. Establishing this buffer would allow the riverfront to remain vibrant while ensuring Honor Garden is treated with care and dignity. As councillors entrusted with shaping our community spaces, I know you share the responsibility of protecting spaces of remembrance and dignity. I'll add that I have a couple of great conversations with Trace, and they are committed to working with us and getting it right. While I appreciate Trace's willingness to work with us, good planning should not rely solely on intentions of those involved today. Clear protections and continued consultation will help ensure Honor Garden remains respected for years to come. I respectfully ask council to work with stakeholders and residents to ensure Honor Garden continues to be treated with the care and consideration it merits. Merci.
Merci, Nadine.
Our next presentation is Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol, and Trevor Goodwin is here to do that presentation.
Test. Great.
Bonsoir, Trevor.
Right. Thank you. Good afternoon. I've been asked to come and speak on the Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol initiative. Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol Association is keeping watch, building community together for a better tomorrow. Citizens on Patrol acts as the extended eyes and ears of the local law enforcement agencies. We believe that community-based initiatives and citizen involvement is an essential part of community safety. By helping local law enforcement agencies and keeping our communities safe, we're also building stronger ties between citizens and promoting their involvement in their communities. So the Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol was established in Greater Moncton area in 2019, and it was born out of the community forums within the Old West End. It's a volunteer organization that's overseen by a board of directors and an RCMP liaison, which is myself. It currently consists of 50 active volunteers, which are patrolling in the Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe area. It is a national initiative currently in every Canadian province and territory with the exception of Newfoundland, and it is supported by both municipal and RCMP agencies across Canada. And Currently, the Kodiak chapter is the only Citizens on Patrol chapter in New Brunswick. What the group goals are deterrence by observing, documenting, and reporting. You provide a presence in the community while on patrol. Education, volunteers are educated about crime prevention and community safety and can then pass along their knowledge to others. Awareness, to increase the awareness of suspicious, dangerous, or unusual activities in the area. And safety, make sure the members are trained in safety and trained in using safe practices at all times. What you're asked to look for, anything that looks off or out of place to you, for yourself or your partner, can be reported, such as abandoned vehicles, reckless drivers, flashlights in yards at night, people seeming out of place or acting nervous, people hiding in the shadows, ladder leaning up against a business that's closed, person running for no reason, not for exercise, and car shopping in driveways. This is just a small list of examples. This is just a brief example of the app that you use. So the Citizens on Patrol Association is kind of like Neighborhood Watch 2.0. It comes with specified training and access to this app where it tracks your movement, your location. So you can also count your steps with it. But it also allows you to choose different things that you want to report. It drops a pin. You can take photos within the app, but all of the information that you use stays confined to that app and then is immediately sent when you submit your report to the RCMP for review. Trainings that you have access to and trainings that we've done as a volunteer with Citizens on Patrol. It's a 2-hour initial Citizens on Patrol training where we go over all the expectations, the app, and so forth. We have quarterly volunteer check-in calls. We have an understanding graffiti training offered through the RCMP. We have Garage 529 bike registration training, proper needles, sharps, disposal training, de-escalation, and naloxone training, and many more. Events that the organization has attended is EnviroFest, Atlantic Nationals, multiple Garage 529 events, multiple anti-theft campaigns in the community, Riverview and Moncton block parties, community barbecues, Canada Day celebrations, and so forth. For statistics, patrols completed in 2026 at the time of the report, which would have been 7 days ago, 145. In 2025, there was 1,491 patrols completed by 50 members. And in 2024, 588, and 2023, 336. Just in December, although due to the weather, we only received it in the new year, the Kodiak Regional Citizens on Patrol Association received a certificate of recognition from the Crime Prevention Association of New Brunswick for the aforementioned work that they've done. And questions at a later date. Thanks.
Merci, Trevor. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a des questions de la part des...
Are there any questions from councillors? Councillor Kingston. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry. At the microphone. We're glad it's working. Yeah, and kudos to the Citizens on Patrol. We're the only New Brunswick chapter. I found that a little surprising, but we learn things all the time when you come up. You mentioned Moncton, Dieppe, Riverview being the area. That must be an interesting exercise to figure out where to go on any particular evening. Is it a nightly, daily, weekly? We'll go here first. We'll go to Dieppe Tuesday. How does that plan out? I'm very curious on that.
Certainly. So the beauty of this is the members, the volunteers, they patrol on their own time, on their own schedules. You can do it while you're walking your dog, riding your bike, in your vehicle. And we have recently added an option for individuals that maybe aren't mobile or just prefer to remain at home. So you can report things that you're seeing in your neighborhood from your house and still submit things through the app. So you can do it at your leisure because you're the volunteer and this is your schedule. But you can also team up with other members and go. And then we do monthly group patrols. So we choose a different location within the city. We get feedback from the members. They go, you know what, I've noticed a lot of issues over here. So why don't we try that? And then sometimes we just every quarter we try to make sure that we've done Moncton and then Riverview and then Dieppe. We have members from all three areas. So we just collect their input and decide that way.
Collecting input, is it directly to the RCMP at 857-2400? How the reporting back on mischief or the things that you listed, where does that go directly to, or to a number of sources rather?
So when you are a member of Citizen Patrol, like I said, the app that you have access to, your patrol and your report go, when you submit it through that app, it comes directly to us at the RCMP within the community policing unit. And those patrols are reviewed daily. If it's something that's RCMP actionable, it's sent to the appropriate space. If it's a bylaw issue, we forward it to bylaw.
Right.
If it's a community issue, we'll send it to a community partner like the YMCA or John Howard.
Thank you, Trevor. Hopefully more citizens will get engaged, and the doors are open for more recruits, I guess, right?
Oh, we're always looking.
Thank you. Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate
Thank you.
that. Thank you, Madame Manas. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Pas des questions.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have questions, but I have comments for Francis. Thank you for your presentation. We are very fortunate to have two hospitals, two hospital foundations. And even better than that is to have these two foundations and these hospitals that work so well together. We are so lucky. We appreciate your work. Thank you for the presentation and good luck with your project. You're doing a great job. For Nadine, I had no questions, but thank you for your presentation. I'm personally so apologetic. Sometimes we have some files that might remind you negative memories from the month of June 2014. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you and your two daughters. I'm sincerely sorry. For your information, I may be wrong, but it's either 73 or 173 monuments that exist within the park or on this riverfront. So I understand that Trace, the consultants that were hired by council, are aware of this situation and they're thinking about this matter. I thank you for coming to the floor under circumstances that are certainly unpleasant. Thank you so much for your contribution. I don't know if the presentation from the Urban Planning Committee will be made before the elections, but I know that the consultants are aware of these comments and they will consider them before coming back to council. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Councillor Richard.
I am a member, and I'll say publicly sorry that I haven't been on the group walks as often as I would have wanted to. That's not why I joined. It was to go for the walks with all the members. I know that my neighbor down the street, Bruce, is very active. I think that if your numbers went down, I don't think his did. He's very active, and he's very happy to stop and tell me about it. And so again, anybody that would want to join, they are accepting, and the more the better, because everybody can't make it every night, like myself. So thanks for everything. Merci France de venir. J'ai tout content de toi.
Thank you, France, for coming. It's always a pleasure to see you. And for Nadine, thank you so much for raising this and bringing it to our attention. Thank you, Councillor Richard. Councillor Legere.
Just a question to the acting city manager. With respect to the monument and maybe the process, I know that we're told that Trace Planning is looking at how the monument is affected and so on, but can there be some clear direction with respect to how that's going to be finalized, and how does that come back to council for review to make sure that it is in fact, and more importantly to residents and to Nadine and others that all of that effort is respected in perpetuity.
Yes, we can certainly come back to council with that direction if that's what you're looking for sure.
Okay, and so then maybe I guess inviting Nadine and others who are involved to maybe discuss with staff and with trace planning and come back with something that is suitable for the community. I don't think that probably was the intent, but unfortunately it is the outcome so that was proposed. So at this point, I think thank you for raising the issue, and it's really important that we get it right. After all, I think the development of the riverfront is one of the largest projects and probably most exciting projects that is going to come. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Jean. Isabelle, do we have a policy?
Thank you, Councillor Léger.
We do. We have one, yes, with respect to Councillor Legier's comments. So just to take a step back, perhaps. So Trace is working with the three families now, has met with them, as mentioned. And we will come back to council when it is an acceptable plan for the families. So that is absolutely taken into account. And I believe there's an upcoming meeting shortly with them again as a follow-up to that initial meeting with the families. And we will remain obviously in constant communication with Trace. And yes, once that is all settled, then we will come back to council.
Merci beaucoup. Je vois pas d'autres questions.
Thank you very much. I can't see any other questions. Thank you to all presenters. Madame City Clerk.
Le premier, c'est une mise à jour de la GRC.
The first one being the RCMP update from Superintendent Benoit Jolette, Officer in Charge of the Kodiak Regional RCMP. Good evening, Mr. Jolette, and thank you for your report. Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Mayor.
On February 17th, the council, there's various things that I'd like to discuss, but first of all, I'd like to introduce the individual standing next to me. This is Staff Sergeant Nicolas Potvin. As you know, back in August of 2024, Inspector Chantal Farah took a position elsewhere, and we had been looking for a full-time replacement. Staff Sergeant Sylvette Hebert had been replacing in that position. However, we have selected a candidate, and it is Nick. There's a few administrative steps that are going to be required, but Nick will be eventually promoted to the rank of inspector and will be in charge of our specialized policing services. So I wanted to present him to council tonight, and he has a few words he'd like to share to council.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, Madame la Maire, members of council, and members of the public. Like Mr. Jolette said, my name is Nicolas Potvin, originally from the province of Quebec. However, I'm a proud New Brunswick resident since 2006, so 20 years now, but more specifically of the Greater Moncton area since 2014. I started my new role with Kodiak RCMP last week, and it marks a return for me to Kodiak because I came here in Kodiak in 2014 as a patrol member and worked with our major crime unit, and then went with federal policing, and then back with major crime, and here I am. So it's a pleasure and an honor, and looking forward to working with you all. Thank you. Merci.
Merci. Bonne chance.
Thank you, and good luck.
I'd like to highlight some of the certain successes that we've seen. First being back on March 4th, as our community policing team continues to attend various events, we had the pleasure of attending a Touch a Truck event at the CF Champlain Shopping Center. There was reps from various agencies from all three communities. And again, these are always a great opportunity for kids to come meet first responders, but also get that enjoyment of turning on that siren and the lights, and just seeing those smiles is always a pretty awesome feeling. As indicated to council previously, last week on March 11th, we launched our Car 67 pilot project in the downtown of Moncton to address mental health concerns. We've already seen really good results. working with our partners of the two health networks, Vitalité and Horizon. And I will be reporting at a later date to council because we had developed some internal key performance indicators for that. Reporting on that at a later date. Also, as previously mentioned and reported and approved by Moncton Council regarding our targeted downtown Moncton patrols, we started that this morning. And again, what this is 2 members are going to be assigned to the downtown of Moncton for a 24-hour basis every day. So it's a 2-month pilot project. And it looks to addressing ongoing issues in our downtown, providing residents, business owners, increased visibility, various different things that we look to that. There's 2 sets, I guess, of KPIs, one specifically from the municipality. We've also developed our own, looking at the crime data, the statistics, and we'll be reporting that to council monthly. Again, today was day 1. While on downtown visibility patrol, our 2 members observed a vehicle on Robinson Street that had an unreadable license plate. So the vehicle attempted to elude our members, was seen driving behind an address on Robinson Street. Our member drove around, actually recognized the driver and saw that the driver had thrown a bag onto the train tracks. Vehicle tried to elude our member. Our member was able to locate the vehicle and search the bag, which revealed a sawed-off shotgun, and arrest the driver. And the driver was currently bound by 7 firearms prohibitions, so he was held in court. So it's just one example, and it's similar to what I speak on a regular basis when I come about proactive work. However, here we have 2 dedicated people instead of, as I've said in the past, sporadic proactive work in a various area, whether it's Moncton, Dieppe, or Riverview. We have a huge territory. But now we have these 2 members 24 hours a day, and that's going to be the expectation during this project. It's not as simple driving around. These members are going to be meeting with people, but interacting and fighting crime, and whether it be open air drug enforcement, traffic enforcement, visibility, this and that. So I'll be able to speak more to that at a later date of those results. But it was a pretty impressive today that I got this. I was on training today, and they sent me a picture of that sawed-off shotgun, I think 2 hours into that shift. So more to come. Our crime reduction units have been very busy doing both reactive work based on complaints from the public, but also regular proactive patrols. Just the one incident there that happened on Howes Crescent on March 1st, we ended up going to assist the Moncton Fire Department. However, when we were there, unsecured firearms inside the residence, which led us to secure this residence, write a search warrant, and then execute it the next day, which led us to pretty much end a 3D printing operation. The individual had several 3D printers, hydraulic tools, various illegal firearm parts, and we believe the individuals were building untraceable firearms. So again, really good work with the Moncton Fire Department because they were the first on scene to make sure that they got us there as soon as possible to continue with that investigation. There's a couple of various updates regarding our general investigation and major crimes. So if we all remember the incident that happened at a jewelry store in August of 2025, just a couple doors down here, through continued work, our investigators were able to identify a 3rd and final suspect, and he was arrested on February 18th, and he appeared in court on the 19th of February, remanded into custody. So none of the stolen items, unfortunately, have been recovered, but all suspects have been arrested, charged, and remanded into custody. Next, we continue. Primarily, the New Brunswick RCMP's Major Crime Unit continues to investigate the homicide, which was reported to us on February 15th. We continue to assist the Major Crime Unit, and as reported, on the 11th, the 11th of this month, a 35-year-old male was arrested and has been remanded into custody, where he appeared in court on the 12th of March. His next court appearance is on April 2nd, where he will continue to answer to the charge that was laid of first-degree murder. So once again, our thoughts and prayers go out to the victim's family and friends for this terrible incident. Finally, regarding the investigative side, is on March 2nd, a file that first called us to a residence in Dieppe in 2019 that we've been investigating for the last 6.5 years. The brutal murder of Bernard and Rosemary Saunier on March 2nd, Jansen Brian Baker, who appeared in court, was found guilty by a jury of his peers and will be returning to court on May 7th to hear his sentence. There's other individuals who are also being charged in a connected offense, and we don't have closure yet, but we're getting there close for the family and friends of these victims. And there's a couple of other items, and if council has any questions, I'm available to answer them. And if we look at our current staffing update, it's always a great conversation piece. As we'll see, that last number has actually gone down. We've had various members who have been injured over the last month that are on gradual return to work and administrative duties, but nothing long-term. So as indicated to council at the last meeting, I see this number to continue to go in the right direction, because since I sent it on Friday where it says members identified, not yet arrived 12, on Friday afternoon, I was advised that we're getting, again, 2 more new members from the academy. So that's actually 14. Available for questions, Madame la Mairesse Perrin-Théry.
Merci beaucoup, Surintendant Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci, Surintendant Jolette.
Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't have a question, but a piece of information. The report of the ad hoc committee on crime prevention has completed its report. It's a committee that I sit on with Councillor Léger Leblanc and Councillor Butler. And the report will be presented on April 7th and tabled before council.
Sometime in April to discuss it. But in the meantime, we will be sending you a copy of that report and would look forward to your feedback. J'en profite pour vous remercier d'avoir participé.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for taking part in a meeting of the committee about a month ago, and for giving us food for thought. We really appreciated your time and information. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Superintendent.
On Rising Tides, and Dale Hicks, Executive Director of Rising Tides, is here to provide the update.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Hicks.
Good evening, Mr. Hicks.
6 days from now will mark the 5th anniversary of Rising Tide as a nonprofit with legal standing in the community. So some people have said I kind of go on talking too long. So I brought my VP here, Greg Lutz, who used to be the publisher of the Times Transcript. He's probably more succinct with words than I am. So he's going to take us through the presentation. Greg.
Thanks, Dale. I'm going to start by just kind of giving you an overview of our vision and our mission statement. To summarize, though, basically, Rising Tide is a nonprofit housing developer. When we looked at the housing continuum situation in Moncton a couple of years ago, we recognized that there were organizations that were involved with shelters and some transitional housing, but the biggest void was with supportive housing. So that's where Rising Tide has been focused over the last couple of years. It was for building housing for the homeless. So the next slide shows our capital funding partners. And as you recall, the City of Moncton Council approved a commitment of $2 million a year for 3 years, which was the original $6 million. And we were able to leverage that with the province to match that funding. And eventually we dragged the feds into the party as well. Once we started construction, we realized that there was other funding available to us through different programs like NB Power rebates, CMHC, etc. And as you can see, we've had a total contribution of funds up until the end of 2025 of around $25 million. With that, Rising Tide has been able to parlay that money into a real estate portfolio of land and buildings of over $40 million today. In the fall of 2022, Rising Tide signed a fixed price contract with NB Housing to build 40 units of housing, which were 5 8-unit buildings. Rising Tide made a profit from that agreement, and we reinvested that money into our first affordable housing project, which is the 1010 St. George building. This slide shows our operations funding. So we have capital on one side and operations on the other. We have money that comes in from social development. We collect rent subs from all of our units, and there's a contribution made by the Human Development Council as well. So with our 153 project, we have 138 units that are complete now. The other 15 will start construction later this spring. So when it's all said and done, there'll be 193 new supportive housing units across the Moncton area. As of the end of December, over 246 individuals have accessed our units. And of those, 74% have stayed housed, which, to put that in perspective, is slightly better than the national average of 70%. So the question now is, where does Rising Tide go from here? Well, when you look at the housing continuum, the next logical step is to provide more affordable housing. So that's where we're focused. And our first project, the 1010 St. George building, will provide 30 units for seniors in that building. We have planned right now 4 projects that we are coordinating with NB Housing and the new Build Canada Homes entity. And we are waiting to find out what the funding model will be like for that arrangement. And we've just learned earlier today that we've been invited to Fredericton this Friday, where they will be announcing that funding model. So if all goes according to the plans that have been put in place, there could be another 272 affordable housing units over the next couple of years in the city of Moncton. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to Dale.
So just to summarize the 5 years and what Greg had to say, so shortly we'll have 193 units of supportive housing in the community that weren't here 5 years ago. We're going to have 30 units for seniors housing here this spring with a medical clinic on the bottom, $40 million in real estate holdings, 18 jobs created at Rising Tide, economic spinoff of the sub-trades and the contractors who are building those buildings for us, property tax revenue back to the city on all these properties, and the initial investment of the $6 million, probably over a period of 6 to 8, 10 years, you should recoup that back through property tax. And as the ad says, housing the most vulnerable people in the community, that's priceless. There's no price tag on that. So when you go back, I want to go back and say this all started 5 years ago, a little bit earlier than 5 years ago, because it was actually November 2nd of 2020 that we came to council here. And I think there's 5 members currently still here that were on that council that approved the $6 million of funding. So without that $6 million of funding, all the things that we just went through here would not exist today. So kudos to that council. Kudos to the current council for continuing to support the efforts of Rising Tide and what we're doing in the community. I also want to acknowledge the staff. And I I hate to name names, but I want to throw out a few names that we deal with on a regular basis. So I don't want to slight anybody, but these individuals we talk to on a regular basis. And I'm going to start with Josh Davies. Like, he's been a huge resource for us here at the city. Alan Bro, Mark Como through the Rapid Housing Initiative funding, and Vincent Marola, who started on our board, and now Isabella's there. So all these individuals have played a role in collaborating between Rising Tide and the staff here. This will probably be the last time you hear from us until there's a new council. So I want to wish everybody good luck, those that are running again, those who aren't. I want to thank you for your service, and to Madam Deputy Mayor for stepping into the hot seat on behalf of Rising Tide and probably the majority of the community here. You've done an excellent job in representing the city until we get to the next election. With that, we'll take any questions.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci.
Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Dale.
Last 5 years, but I also want to congratulate you on looking beyond, looking ahead. We haven't finished with the homelessness, and the problem is we have more homeless now, in spite of all of your progress that we did 5 years ago. So hopefully that will eventually settle, and that we can eventually reduce the homeless residents' needs. I also want to congratulate you. You didn't mention it, but two big pieces of your philosophy moving forward is what we would call the true affordable housing. That you don't rely on the CMHC, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, their definition of what affordable housing is, which is 30% of the, I don't remember if it's the average or the median income in this urban area, which it means $1,400 a month approximately for rent. So that's CMHC, that is affordable. But Rising Tide seeks to get 30% of people's actual. So it might vary from one individual to the other because the revenues vary from one individual to the other. So I wish you luck on that one, but I'm pretty sure if somebody can pull it off, you can pull it off. To have subsidized or housing units at 30% of that person's or those persons' revenue. You didn't mention either, I'm not sure if it's a secret, but the possibility of having a rent to own so that they can contribute as part of their rent, maybe a little extra that would go into a pot that would help them have the down payment for the project. So I like your forward thinking, and I congratulate you. But I do have two questions. One is on the pilot project on Lewis Street. You barely alluded to it, but I hold that one very near to my heart. So I'm going to ask you, Council adopted a unanimous motion. It's been almost 3 years now. Where is that pilot project up to?
So we went ahead and purchased a piece of property, 66 to 76 St. George, which is part of the what we call the St. George Lewis Street project. So without any firm direction, we stepped off the curb and purchased that property, and we are underway now in trying to put together some plans for that property. There was a working committee that involved folks from the city, the province, and Rising Tide, and there hasn't been a follow-up meeting recently, so we need to get that group re-engaged.
How is the province collaborating?
Well, there's been a lot of delays at the province, and in fairness to them, part of it has been because of this new entity called Build Canada Homes, and because the province had no clear direction from them up until very recently, and that's the announcement that they're going to be making on Friday. Now that that's in place, they should be able to be more proactive on some of these initiatives that we've been discussing. But they've been kind of sitting on their hands, and I think that things will get a little more, will get clearer in the next few days.
Few days. Okay.
Yeah.
The province, for those who are not aware of what the pilot project is, the province has 7 segregated developments. Lewis Street is one of them. It's about 22 row houses on Lewis Street. There's Auburn Circle, there's Mackenzie, there's Catherine, there's Palisade, Joy Street. 7 segregated developments. This is antiquated urban planning. It's bad urban planning because it's spread out instead of densification. It's also very bad social planning because it's segregated houses. It's all subsidized. The kids pay the biggest price for growing up in a segregated housing. That's why we're seeking for mixed and integrated housing. The province has at least indicated to you that they would be willing to abandon that 50, 60-year-old model that doesn't work socially, doesn't work urban planning wise? Have they at least committed to say, yeah, we agree that this is not the way to go? Integrated mixed housing is the way to go?
I believe they've committed to discussing it. At least they're open to the idea, which is, from what I understand of working with the province, is a major step forward. So they like the idea of having mixed income buildings, and they want to get away from the segregated type of housing. So in principle, we're all on the same page. It's about how we address their needs and what we want to do as a city at the same time. But there's always a solution.
I like your optimism. 3 years later. My second question was, I don't need an answer now, but the pilot project on Lewis Street was supposed to lead to, if we can succeed with Lewis Street and show how it can be done, and that social assistance clients can live in an integrated and mixed development for the social benefits, but also for the urban benefits of having more densification. If we can make that work, then the other dominoes would fall. The 6 other segregated units located throughout the city, we would tackle them maybe 1 at a time or 2 at a time, whatever, that we would have the same kind of approach to replace, transform the existing segregated units into 3-4 times the number of units into an integrated mixed development. From my calculations, we could go from, I think they have about 700 units throughout the city with these 7 projects, but I may be wrong on the numbers, but it's several hundreds anyways. We could probably transform those 7 developments into 7 mixed integrated residential complexes, probably 5,000 units. 2,000 of which could be affordable housing. So you don't have to buy land. The province has it. It has these segregated units built on it. So we could maximize the square footage going higher up with 3-4 stories. We could build thousands. I'm saying 5, 6, 7,000 units in the same spot. And now finally my question, sorry for the long rant or preamble, but would Rising Tide be on board? Again, you don't have to answer now, but be on board to say, you know what? Why reinvent the wheel? The land is there. The province is on board. We can get rid of all the segregated housing and have 7,000 units with 2,000 affordable out of it, with subsidized housing as well. Would Rising Tide be willing to consider the big picture, if ever, knock on wood, we can do the Lewis Street project and test that sort of approach to it? So,
Absolutely. That fits perfectly within our mandate, and that's what we're looking forward to doing. just very quickly, the supportive housing units that we've built, we found that the 8-unit building was the optimum style of building for that segment. When we get into mixed income buildings, we need larger buildings. We need that economy of scale because you've got different rent structures within the same building. There's no rent supplement, so it's a little more complex, but it's definitely the way we want to go. And I think you're right, the province has land, the city has land. We're all working together because you can't go into an existing building and displace people and tear down a building and build something new. You've got to have some place for those folks, to go. So there's a lot of moving pieces, but everybody is on the same page. So we're looking forward to doing that.
And final comment, one of the key ingredients of that integrated residential housing is the possibility, not in every one of the 7 projects, but Lewis Street would be the best example of having the first floor as commercial space that would subsidize a part of the residential units. So keep that in mind. And if you can convince the province to abandon its segregated mindset, and open their blinders to mixed, first of all, but also to have commercial on some of the on the first floor for some of these buildings, it would go a long way to make it a more feasible project. But thank you. Good luck. I hope I'll be in touch soon.
Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Steves.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Dale and every one of the board of directors, this is a big deal. I know it's forevermore. We're going to continue to vision and dream and all that stuff, but to think of the vision, the implementation, and then the problem solving. You've come to us many times running into different situations, different difficulties, and to be able to problem solve to get the results that we've gotten here after 5 years. We need to shout this from the rooftops. I hope media is going to pick up on this. Our residents need to know what has been done over the last 5 years. We live in a world that really thrives on the bad news stories. And this is a good news story. It may not sell a lot, but we need to make sure this gets out. So Dale, is there any plan in the next 2 days as you celebrate this 5-year anniversary to get this out? And how can council help you celebrate this and get this to our residents?
Well, on behalf of Rising Tide, appreciate those comments, and we are proud of what we've accomplished. But I said we can't do it without. I keep talking about our partners, and our partners really are the 3 levels of government. And Mr. Bourgeois, to your comments as well, I recognize your vision, and we share your vision. But it's going to take everybody coming together. Now, hopefully, after this announcement on Friday in Fredericton with the Minister of Housing, Federal Minister Gregor Robertson will be here, and David Hickey. We'll see where the funding is going to roll out. My understanding is there's going to be 3 or 4 streams of funding over the next 3 or 4 years. We've got the 4 projects Greg mentioned. They add up to about 270 units of housing, whatever, that come to the city. Shovel-ready projects right now. We have the land identified. We have some of the site plans done, some of the renderings done and everything. Like, we're ready to go here. We just need to know where the money's going to come from. But to move beyond that and continue this success, as you mentioned, Councillor Steves, we're going to need the city has land, the feds have land, province has land. And so, I keep talking about a housing crisis. I say Moncton doesn't have a housing crisis. Moncton has an affordability housing imbalance. Because if you look around the tri-community, you see all the cranes, all the apartments that are going up. And I'm thinking, where are the people going to come to fill those? But as an example, we have a current tenant who just moved here with the help of Rising Tide, who was in our unit for a year, paying his 30% of his social assistance check. So he was paying, we'll say, $250 a month. And after a year, he got himself straightened out and went and got a job and reported that back to social development. And he said, now I'm working now, and this will be good for you. But based on your salary, we don't need to subsidize you anymore. So you pay that $1,050 a month directly to Rising Tide now. So we said, okay. But then 6 months later, he's still paying $1,050 to Rising Tide. I said, why is he doing that? He should be out of our building because we could move someone else through. And they said, here's the trouble, Dale. The staff said, he's been looking for an apartment for the last 4 months in the city of Moncton. He can't find anything under $1,500 that's any better than what he's living in right now in his Rising Tide property. Okay. That's why we're trying to go where we're trying to go with the affordable housing part of it. Everything we do in these affordable housing projects, we're going to take hopefully 10% and take people out of the current Rising Tide 153 project and move them into these units. So we're not only are we building housing for people that are making, we talk about livable wage, 15 something to 25 bucks in Moncton. Okay, so $20 an hour gets you $42,000 a year. That equates to $1,000 a month apartment. Okay, so $60,000 a year salary, you can pay $1,500 a month. So it comes back to 30% of your income. But in order to do that, we're going to need the support of the three levels of government. So we're hopefully, back to you, your comments earlier, Mr. Bourgeois, that once we get something identified Friday in Fredericton, the first step we're going to do is we're going to request a meeting of Housing NB, Rising Tide, and hopefully whatever the team is going to be here at the City of Moncton to get that working group back together to start moving forward on your vision. And again, thank you, Mr. Steves, for the comments. We don't like to toot our own horn publicly. We like to make the results speak for themselves. But maybe someone in the media will pick up on it. But yeah, we're happy with what we've come and done in the last 5 years here in the city with the help of levels of government and the city staff here. So appreciate your comments.
Merci. Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for the presentation. I'll just quick question for you. The clients that are coming through these Rising Tide projects, where are you getting those clients from? Are they coming from the by names list?
Yes.
They are.
Yeah.
And they're not high acuity as what most people around the city think the original, I guess, project was Rising Tide, but I think it got mixed with high acuity in there somewhere. They're not high acuity. Is that correct?
We tried housing some of the high acuity folks early on, and they are the ones that are the most difficult to keep housed because of their addiction or mental health issues. So everybody understands that these folks need a level of service beyond what we can provide.
Okay. And when you meet with the other levels of government, I know I've been in the meetings that you've had with the City of Moncton, but when you meet with those other levels of government, are you talking about the Human Development Council and the stats that they provide online with regards to people that are total individuals experiencing homelessness for one day? This month in the City of Moncton was 802 people, according to their website. 44 people new, 43 people returned back to homelessness. So are you discussing these numbers and this website? Because this website is out for the general public to view. And if you haven't seen it, you should really take time to look at it because they only housed 26 people last month while 83 became homeless. So are you having these conversations with the other levels of government as well?
We are. And we remind the folks in Fredericton every time we meet what the situation is here in Moncton, because sometimes they're so focused on other areas that they need to be reminded that this is the biggest city in the province. And unfortunately, we have the biggest issue, and this is where the focus needs to be.
I congratulate you as well, Rising Tide, what you've done in the last 5 years, Dale, the crew, the board. It's really impressive. We as a council, we obviously, excuse me, we have to challenge that to make sure, because you're spending citizens' tax dollars.
Certainly.
So that's why you're going to get some questions that maybe, you look at it and going, why is he asking that? Well, somebody may have asked that to a councilor around the table. But I think the one thing that we need to look at also moving forward is maybe branching out into the tri-community as well. Because I think, as we know, Dieppe doesn't have a shelter or a food bank in their city, and I'm not sure Riverview does as well. But I think maybe those are conversations that should be had as well on the tri-community level of homelessness.
You're absolutely right. And as recently as last Friday, Dale had a meeting with the folks in Riverview. So there's a conversation starting.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. So Well, congratulations. And I know Councillor Bourgeois did talk about Lewis Street. Him and I have had off the record conversations on that project because it is a part of Ward 1. So we definitely want to make sure that we get the right people in the room. And I've always said that since I've sat on council, it's getting the right people in the room. Dale, you know this, that can make the decision on the best for the community. And those people got to be in the room to make that decision. So hopefully we will get there on Lewis Street and have those right people in the room. But I thank you for today and answering my questions. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks, Greg and Dale, for all of the years that you've put into this. And I think what really strikes me, though, is how you're much more entrepreneurial, and that was really the whole reason that this has been so successful. I mean, if you look back at when all this started, and then the $6 million was available in the matching funds with the province, but then there was COVID, then there was federal funding, and I was amazed at how quickly you could actually make things happen. And I think that's really the testimonial to this success. It's really an eye opener when you think back to a conversation having 150 homeless individuals identified, and I remember the Social Inclusion Committee. That was the biggest, it was a huge challenge, and now we're looking at over 800 people on our streets. So, but I do, I do appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit, even the building 40 units for the province, and then, turning around and reinvesting funds that were available after that project to do other things and leveraging the different levels of government. And so we need more organizations like that. And I know that, often we talk about all the organizations we have in our community, and I think maybe you're bringing a lot of that entrepreneurial thought to them as well. And I would hope that I hear that, other organizations are trying to mirror a little bit of what you're doing. So again, it's really what I can understand, because I've repeated it a number of times, is I can't understand why other municipalities have not followed the model that you and Dale and others on the board have created. So, but anyway, kudos, and hopefully in the next while we'll see some transitional housing that'll help in terms of that little bit, that piece where people need a secure space. It's not a shelter, but then they're not quite ready yet for an apartment either. And those are things that you touched on. So anyway, thanks for everything you do, and also the fact that you have spread things out in different areas of the city, and I think that's really important. Again, to what is going to be tried to be done on Lewis to try to take that stigma away. I think you've managed to do that in placing buildings in places where people don't really see an issue with the buildings. So I think it's great, and I thank you both and the board for that.
Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Merci, Conseiller Léger. I just want to echo Conseiller Léger's words. I think that we're very pleased with the work that you're doing, and we hope that you will continue to make sure that these are all over the city, in every ward in our city, so that we don't create an environment which is kind of a ghetto type situation. So thank you for the work that you do. And we're working on transitional housing right now. So merci beaucoup. Merci.
The next item is planning matters et questions d'urbanisme, and the first this evening is an introduction to rezoning of People's Park Tower, and I see Josh Adams making his way to the podium.
Bonsoir, Josh.
Bonsoir, Madame la Mairesse, puis bonsoir aux membres du Conseil.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of the council.
Tonight for rezoning. This is a application to rezone a portion of a couple of properties from the suburban commercial zone to the multiple unit dwelling zone, the R3 zone. The proposal here is to build a 6-story, 65 unit apartment building. The applicant is People's Park Tower. People's Park Tower is a nonprofit. They've been operating in the city for over 50 years, and they do specialize in providing seniors housing. So this would be in addition to the existing campus on St. George Boulevard. You can see the two properties highlighted in red on the right hand of the screen. And the zoning map here on the right-hand side, you can see that the properties are currently split between that red color, which is the suburban commercial zone, and the purple color, which is the R3 zone. The proposed building is intended to go right in between those two lines. It doesn't work very well to have two different zones on one property because you have different standards for both of those zones. So the correct approach is to rezone everything to the R3 in order to accommodate the project. However, just to note that both the suburban commercial and the R3 zone would allow the project today. This is what's being proposed. So it's a 6-story building, 65 new units, and this will be designed in a way so that it will be functionally located next to the existing buildings. So there's actually going to be a pedway that's intended to connect this new project to the existing structures on People's Park Tower. And you can see the site plan. Basically, the development is looking at reorganizing the site with new parking as well. If I could just highlight a few things from what's being proposed, there are going to be some traffic improvements as part of this. So there was a traffic impact study that was submitted as part of the application. Currently on St. George Boulevard, there's 2 entrances to People's Park Tower right next to each other and right across from Centennial Drive. That is a pain point and it can be very dangerous. So as part of this application, there will be closing one of those driveways off, and then there will be a new signalized 4-way intersection leading to St. George that lines up right with Centennial Drive. So that will be a really good improvement for the folks in Centennial Drive for this site as well. And the pedestrian infrastructure, new crosswalks will be relocated there as well. You'll see that there's currently a Kodiak Transpo bus stop located on site. That's proposed to be retained as well during the construction. And on the right-hand side, you can see that there's actually a significant vegetative buffer that's proposed to be maintained. So there are residential homes just to the right here along Kipling Court. So the proposed building is about 37 meters away from the property line, and then the first 14 meters will be a green buffer as well. So it's providing pretty good separation overall to the existing residential uses. With that, this is just the introduction. So administration are recommending that we proceed with the applications. That would include giving the first reading of the bylaw tonight, referring the bylaw to the Planning Advisory Committee for their written views, and setting a public hearing for April 20th. If approved, we would recommend a number of conditions. Some of the conditions are related to variances that are needed to accommodate the project. These variances include some parking closer to St. George Street, but there's landscaping proposed between the parking and St. George Street. Just a bit of a relaxation at some of the jogs and recesses, the design requirements for the building, an increase of the building height from 3 stories to 6 stories. And again, we're supportive of that just due to the separation of the building and the adjacent property lines. The off-street parking for the entire site would be reduced to about 300 spaces. So currently there's about 325 units. They'd be adding 65, so they'd be coming close to 400 units on site. There's only going to be about 300 spaces on site, which is acceptable for the intended use. And we're also going to ask for a contribution for the traffic signal of $25,000. We do expect that it will be installed either in 2027 or 2028. And just a couple other conditions that the site generally follow the plan that was submitted. So thank you very much.
Merci, Josh. Conseiller Bourgeois, do you wish to move the recommendation? Donc, Conseiller Légère seconded. Allez-y, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Josh, pour la présentation.
Thank you, Josh, for the presentation. I have 2 quick questions. I wanted to make sure that
to the backyard of the people living on Kipling. So I just want to make sure that there's going to be enough of either an opaque fence or trees or brushes, yeah, to put a buffer between the residential and the commercial.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So there's an existing stand of mature trees there. So about 10 meters of mature trees will be maintained, not touched at all. And then the total buffer between the property line and the parking is about 14 meters. And then again, you have another 15 meters or so to the actual building. So there's quite a lot of space to work with there. So there'll be a lot of trees that are maintained and not touched at all.
Okay. The second one is on traffic. I'm not sure how much of an impact traffic it will be, but I would hope that the lights that would connect St. George and Centennial on the other side, is there any alternative You've looked at all the possibilities. That's the best one that would not reduce traffic. It's going to increase traffic, but at least manage it better.
From a safety perspective, yes, and I'll let Renee speak.
Yes, thank you for the question. It's worth noting that the traffic signal is warranted today with the intersection of Centennial. That's actually a concern that was brought to our attention. And so when we did the warrant analysis and it was warranting it, this kind of made it an easy kind of fit with the development. We don't want to go ahead and install a traffic signal today, knowing that the driveway will be realigned. And so for us, it was an easy decision to kind of coordinate that and put that in our capital works program.
Merci beaucoup. Merci vous deux. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Léger. Thank you, Your Worship.
The concept, so that was very well done.
Mm-hmm.
They would be permitted to do 3 floors, but now they're asking to do 6, and 6 is what they currently have at People Park Tower.
I believe one of the existing buildings is potentially 7 floors,
Could
but
be
yeah,
7.
it'd be aligned with what's there today. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And the distance itself, I think we'll have to wait for what residents feel with respect to privacy issues and so on. But happy to hear that the existing tree line, a lot of them will remain, which will be very helpful. And I would agree that even with the tree line, you might have to look at some fencing because they're not super large trees, and so I think that has to sort of be considered as well. But look forward to the project, and certainly lining up the putting in a new traffic signal and lining up Centennial Drive is great. There's only one sidewalk on one side, so everything will line up, I presume, to that side and bring things along. So anyway, and lastly, what when with respect to busing, because years ago there were issues in and around Kodiak Transpo going into the site, and then there are still some days issues with Kodiak Transpo going into the site, depending if they're emergency vehicles and so on. So there's a subsequent other bus stop on St. George Boulevard, almost in front of the building. So are there changes that are going to occur that will make it rather seamless for the bus? So the bus will be able to go in. Has that been discussed?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's been reviewed as part of this. So with the closure of the one driveway, and now you have a 2-way driveway lining up with the intersection, the site has been reworked to look at the turning radius specifically for a bus to make sure that there's no issues with movement on site. So it should be seamless.
Okay, and it'll permit emergency vehicles, and it'll permit the bus to still function if emergency vehicles are there.
That's correct. So the fire truck turning radius was looked at as well. So it should all work.
Okay, great. All right, but looking forward to it. Thank you. Merci. Merci, Madame.
Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Maire Asterio. Thanks, Josh, for the
Thank you, Worship.
looks like 3 properties or 2 properties. The red lines are dividing. Is that eventually going to be all one, or
that's correct?
Pros or cons to that?
Yeah. So as part of this application, they're going to be consolidating all the PIDs into one. So that just helps because you can't build a building across a property line today. Same with the zoning line. So it kind of needs to be cleaned up to help accommodate this project. Not really any pros or cons. It's just to ensure the orderly development of the site.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Merci. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We will go to an electronic vote. C'est bon? Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Our next item is introduction to a rezoning of Corey Craig Drive, and I see that Josh is still standing at the podium waiting to give this presentation.
Thanks. So this is an application that we received to rezone a few properties along the new Corey Craig Drive from highway commercial to multiple unit dwelling. The overall proposal is to permit 5 new 6-story buildings with a total of 752 units, as well as some new commercial space on the ground floor. So the properties are located in North End Moncton, so just in between Casino Drive and Charles Lutz. You can see on the right-hand side the end of Corey Craig, the cul-de-sac. So that's proposed to be extended. A new public street will be built as part of this application to connect Casino Drive with Charles Lutz Road, and then new development lots created as well for new apartment buildings. So this application was presented to the Planning Advisory Committee last month at their meeting. The highway commercial zone that you see today does currently permit the project, so it permits the density that's being proposed. However, it being a highway commercial zone, it has highway commercial zone standards. So think of your typical highway commercial uses, which are your big box stores, your Costco's, everything set farther back from the street. There's large parking lots in front. And so that's what the zone standards call for. So the proposed design was for buildings that were close to the street, a little bit more walkable, a little bit more positive from an urban design perspective, but then that necessitated a lot of variances that the PAC ultimately ended up denying. So looking at this from a new lens, the applicant's looking to push forward with the rezoning. And so this question would be whether or not council would be amenable to looking at an R3 zone, which would line up a lot better in terms of the proposal and the existing standards within that zone, as opposed to a highway commercial zone. And hopefully that's more palatable as a way forward. So this is the proposal. As you can see on the left-hand side, you're looking at the new extension of Charles Lutz Road, not Charles Lutz Road, sorry, Corey Craig Drive. So this is, you're basically at Charles Lutz Road, looking towards Casino Drive. So you can see there are 5 new buildings. They are set up in a way so that they are addressing the street. So they're fronting the street. They have entrances, public entrances facing the street, and the parking, although there is a lot of surface parking, is located in behind the buildings. So from an urban design perspective, it does give more of a urban walkable built form. So that is a positive thing. But again, it doesn't really align well with the highway commercial zone that requires larger setbacks in the front. But it does align quite well with the current R3 standards. On the renderings on the left-hand side, you can see there are some trucks on that left-hand side. That is an existing service station. So that's the Petropass truck stop and convenience store. There's also the IHOP that's just out of view there. So this is an applicant that actually sent in some comments during the PAC application. We sent out public notification. They did respond with just concerns about, they have trucks that are often idling at all hours of the night on that site, and just concerns about residential uses coming in to an adjacent property. However, with the design of the site, you can see the building is pushed as far away from that property line as possible. The proposed property is actually a little bit higher as well, so that will help with mitigation of lights. And then the applicant is also proposing a new hedge along that property line as well to help mitigate those potential negative uses. In terms of the site plan, you can see the 5 buildings here. So these are all proposed to be on their own lots eventually. The applicant is really looking forward to get started on this project this spring. So they're looking at potentially starting the first 3 buildings this year. So that might happen before the actual subdivision gets completed and registered. So we do have a condition to allow more than one main building on a lot temporarily. However, it is intended that each building will sit on its own lot once the construction is completed. The street construction as well is anticipated to begin this year. As part of this application, one of the lots currently on the site is city-owned. It's a land for public purpose. That is anticipated to be or proposed to be moved further to the south and adjoined as part to a larger piece of lands for public purpose. And then a new trail would be built from Corey Craig Drive into the Northwest Trail. That would be a public exchange that's being proposed as part of this application. There are also a number of variances that are required for this project. That includes, actually reducing the number of parking that's required. So although it looks like a lot of surface parking, each building does have underground parking, and they're actually below the bylaw requirements right now for parking in terms of 1.25 spaces per unit. And there's also some lots that will see an increase in the overall asphalt for each specific lot. But overall, the project is below the 35% coverage that we do require. There's a number of other design and minor design variances as well that staff are generally supportive of. Just looking at that LFPP exchange that I mentioned earlier, so you can see on this plan, the green is existing LFPP that was taken by the city during a previous subdivision. The red piece of LFPP that you see there is what's currently there, and it's proposed to be changed to that blue piece of LFPP, which will allow a trail along closer to the water and along a larger piece of LFPP, which we think would be more enjoyable from a recreational standpoint. This connection would actually provide us an increase in LFPP, so it's larger than the piece that we currently have today. And if council chooses to go forward with the rezoning, this question of LFPP will be dealt with in a separate report on April 20th. So just a heads up that this will be coming if you choose to proceed with the rezoning. With that, administration recommend that Moncton City Council proceed with the zoning bylaw process. So that would include giving first reading of the bylaw tonight, referring the matter to the Planning Advisory Committee for their written views, and setting a public hearing for April 20th. We are proposing a number of conditions. So this includes variances related to certain lots and parking lot coverage, as well as reducing the total amount of parking that's required, allowing shared garbages across the development, allowing landscaping and screening not be required along shared property lines, as the site's been designed to function as a whole. Allowing commercial and institutional uses on the ground floor of buildings. So they're currently proposing commercial uses on the ground floor of one building. We would allow that to be extended to all buildings so that in the future, as market demands shift, there could be potential for additional commercial or institutional uses as the need may be. Also a minor height variance to the buildings from 18 meters to 19.58 meters. Allowing that more than one main building on a lot, again, temporarily, allowing a reciprocal or requiring a reciprocal right-of-way agreement for each lot to ensure that there's shared driveway and garbage access, requiring, again, certain design standards to ensure that there's no exposed concrete foundations facing the street. So we want a nice looking streetscape from the public realm, requiring that the developer implement the traffic improvements that are required through the traffic impact study. So that does require a new left-hand turn lane on Charleswoods Road, as well as an off-street cycling facility in that area. And then again, just generally making sure that the development follows the plans as submitted. Thank you very much.
Merci, Josh. Conseiller Steve, do you wish to move?
Thank you, Josh. Councillor Steve.
Seconded, Conseiller Hedges. Wish a second? Non. Conseiller Kingston, would you second it? Okay, c'est beau, merci. So other questions? Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup.
Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I have 3 questions for Josh.
But in the middle of it, it's just asphalt, asphalt, asphalt. Is there any way that we could consider maybe for this project, I know in the future with the land use planning, the new plan, but some sort of little island maybe of grass or trees in the middle of that? It looks like a 200 parking space.
Certainly. So our zoning bylaw today does have requirements for landscaping within the parking lots. However, that's pretty minor. So I think that's more something of probably a future standard. Like the parking lot is meeting the standards that we have in the zoning bylaw today. And just for clarity, so there's the 2 parking lots. There's a total of 657 surface parking spaces, a total of 290 underground spaces, and a total of 947 spaces on site. They are required by the bylaw to provide 949 spaces as a total.
It's not the number, it's the quality of the environment, but I understand. Maybe they'd consider it even if it's not imposed. Second question. Come on, up here. We are building, well, it's a commercial residential, right? But it's abutting a garage. It's a gas station. Do we need an additional buffer, like an opaque fence between the service station especially, but all of the business, and this residential complex?
It's certainly something we've discussed with the applicant. They feel confident that they can mitigate any issues through a hedge. And if they find that operationally, if they're getting complaints from their tenants, they would always have the opportunity to add a fence in the future. So it's something that, if council feels strongly about it, you could add a condition to require that fence. But it's more at this stage, the property owner is aware of the comments, is aware of the existing uses, and, has the opportunity to design the site accordingly.
Okay. It's not that I don't trust the developer, but we've gone through many developments since I was elected in 2008 where, well, it's too late. You adopted these rules, so you didn't impose that condition. But I'll let the public hearing see what people think of it. And then I'll decide whether or not to propose a no big fence. The third question is probably the most substantive one. There's a condition that says that more than one main building on the lot is permitted for the development. This is sort of extraordinary. I don't remember any similar kind of arrangement where we say, I know you're in a hurry. We will give you this temporary permission, if you wish, to do this, even if it's not really part of the regular operating procedures. My question is, okay, in that case, should we not specify what temporary means? In other words, should we have a 2-year or a 3-year deadline that by the end of 2 years or 3 years, whatever, then all of the legal arrangements will be completed?
So that's a great question. From our perspective, like staff, we're really not that concerned about it. And the reason being is that today, like the R3 zone and many zones that we have already allow multiple buildings on a lot, subject to a conditional use. So you go through PAC, but it's a use that is permitted. In this case, it's an existing subdivision, for instance. So like we've already taken LFPP. There's no loss from the city's perspective if they do multiple buildings on a lot or if they subdivide. It's really for their own, how they want to manage the site and how they want to manage the buildings. So from the city's perspective, we're more concerned about just the land use, how everything interacts, but we're not so concerned with having multiple buildings on a lot or whether each building is on their own lot. As the LFPP has already been taken, there's really no advantage either way for the city. So this is just trying to work with the applicant who, again, intends to subdivide the lots, but with the lot lines as they are today, things do need to be moved around to accommodate the project. But they are asking to get started on, again, potentially up to 3 buildings very shortly this spring. So we would just allow that, to occur. Essentially, this is an approval that would be approved by council, so they don't have to go subsequently to PAC to ask again. And then as the street gets constructed is when the new lots will be created. So it would be, again, up to the applicant whether they want to even subdivide the lots at that time or just remain with the multiple buildings on a lot. But there's really not a big difference from our perspective as to whether it's on its own or multiple buildings on a lot. That's really more the proponent that would manage that.
Okay. From your perspective, from a city councilor's perspective who has faced at the most half a dozen of cases where we didn't dot the I's or cross the T's when we had the opportunity to do it, we will pay a price later on. There will be some issues. The Ruelle du Sommet, for instance, that sort of, there's a couple of no man's land zones that we don't control and we'd like to, but we can't. Too late. People have an acquired right once we give it to them, and it's almost impossible to take back. So anyways, think it through. We'll have the public hearing, and then if I think it's still important, I'll probably bring it back. That said, I take advantage, Sarah's here, but I am always very impressed with your reports, with your council report forms, and how detailed and specific they are. So kudos. Thank you very much. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Léger.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Léger. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Josh.
Condition number 5, when you say that commercial and institutional uses are permitted on the ground floor of each building with no size limit, just maybe explain that?
Absolutely. This is a great point, and it's something that we're really looking into as part of the municipal plan zoning pilot review. So currently the R3 zone does allow commercial on the ground floor, but it's limited to 120 square meters in size, which I forget the calculation, but they're essentially proposing a 6,000 square foot commercial space in one of their buildings, and that would be above the maximum size.
Oh, I see.
So as part of the municipal plan review, this is really something that's important. And I think holding back a lot of, community developments that we're seeing, especially in the R3 zone, is sometimes people want to provide commercial spaces and they're limited by the zoning that says that you can't. So a more modern approach that we're seeing in other cities is certainly just allowing commercial uses, allowing institutional uses on the ground floor. We're not so much concerned by the size, but the ground floor would be appropriate. And where the zoning of the property is highway commercial today, commercial use is already permitted. So it's kind of just a future proofing for the development to allow, make sure that we don't end up back at council trying to fix a condition.
Okay. I am wondering about the Councillor Bourgeois' comment related to the parking lot itself. And as much as it is, we'll try to address that in the municipal plan review and so on. Could we not, and I guess we could, but why wouldn't we consider a condition and impose vegetation in that parking lot, seeing the size and so on? We haven't before, but we would have the right to do that, would we not?
Correct. You would have the right to do that. So there is, again, vegetation provided within the parking lot that's meeting the bylaw standards. Now, it's a kind of a tricky site because if you increase the vegetation, and this is arguments that we've had with many developers, not arguments, but conversations that we've had with many developers, is they say, well, if you increase the vegetation, I need to then physically expand the space that I'm taking up for parking, right? Which means, you know, going further out, tearing down more trees, whatever it is. So there's often that compromise. So, you know, it's something that you could ask for additional vegetation. I would assume that we would come back and get a new application to reduce the parking requirements even more. The cost of underground parking being already prohibitive, they're already providing, you know, one layer of underground parking in each building. Going down 2 floors of underground parking makes the cost of units, you know, that much more expensive. So it's that issue of trade-offs, right, overall. But certainly it's within the realm the council has to play with in terms of conditions for this.
And yeah, I'll have to reflect on that.
Certainly.
I mean, it's a concern because I think that it's always going to be the same argument until such time as you make it a point and just say, well, you've got to put your thinking caps on and figure out how we can put, I don't know, 25 trees on that lot and make it work. The other thing related to the fence, I would agree that I think that needs to be a condition. I really do. Because something could happen and the building could be sold. And then all of a sudden there are issues, but the original owner that was going to do this, who was probably very flexible, perhaps the new owner isn't. And then it sort of comes back to then we have absolutely no ability to do that. So I think that should be for sure looked at, and that would be something I would want to see when it comes back to the public hearing. And then maybe reflect on, are there enhancements that could be done in the parking lot? Maybe meet us halfway in terms of additional trees and so on to make it look a little less than and it's fairly large parking lot, so it'll be similar, perhaps not in the whole size, but to the Coliseum type parking lots, you know? So when you think about it, it's not that attractive. So how do we make it more attractive and appealing? And what have other municipalities done with a parking lot that size that it may not be trees on this one, but maybe it is something a lot more attractive that we could maybe really rally around. So,
yeah, thank you for those comments. I'm taking some notes and fully agree. I think we can definitely have that conversation with the applicant and see what changes or new things we can think up for the public hearing.
And also what other municipalities across Canada have done.
Absolutely.
So, because there are challenges with winter snow and all that stuff, but yet on the other hand, I'm sure there must be some solutions out there that are very different than what we currently are proposing here or being proposed here this evening.
Absolutely. And that's front of mind for the municipal plan review and zoning bylaw review as well.
All right. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Steves.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hi, Josh. I've got 3.
Councilor Steves.
There's a lot of information, and just want to slow you down on a couple things. One, the Northwest Trail, is that affected at all?
Not by this development, no. There would be a new public trail connection from the Northwest Trail to Corey Craig Drive as part of this.
Okay, so there's some addition to that.
Yeah.
The second question is Muirfield Drive. It is not pushing through. It's still going to be a dead end there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I remember there was a lot of controversy about that years ago. Councillor Butler tells me that was a big one years and years ago. And then my third question is on Charles Lutz Road. Is there anything proposed to widen that, as in and out or turning lanes or anything there?
So there's proposed a new left-hand turning lane from Charles Lutz Road onto the new Corey Craig Drive when it connects through. Okay. We think that the lane can be added within the existing asphalt, so it's not necessarily widening of Charles Lutz Road, but then there will need to be a new off-street cycling facility to make up for the on-street cycling facility that will be lost. So you might see like a new multi-use purpose trail like you see on Horseman Road, for instance, at that location.
Gotcha. And how far would that multi-use trail go up Charles Lutz Road? Would it just be that small portion?
It would just be the portion where the turning lane is going to be installed. That's something that we'll look at as more detail through detailed design.
All right. Thanks for the information.
Thanks.
Merci, Councillor Richard.
Merci, Matt Estirio. Thank you again, Josh.
Councillor Richard. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I'm all for use of efficient land use. But how's this going to work? Well, the amount of apartments to share garbage drop-offs. I'm not sure if the 3 garbage areas are sufficient. If it overflows or stays in the bins too long, might be inviting some close by wildlife, some unwanted visitors. Just don't want this to become a nuisance and for them or for the residents around there. So.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks for the comment. So I think the garbage that they're proposing is, we think it's sufficient for the development. It's more the variance is there because technically each individual lot needs its garbage, and they're proposing to consolidate the garbage in certain locations. So instead of having a truck going here and here and here, it's just going here and it's going to collect everything. So there's another condition further down that requires like a reciprocal right-of-way agreement to allow for that garbage. So if the properties are ever sold off individually, you have, the property owner has a right to use that garbage. So just to make sure it doesn't cause issues down the road. But certainly I think, if we go to the public hearing, the developer will be here and can speak a little bit more about, they have a lot of other apartment buildings. And so they're used to managing stuff like garbage now on larger sites. So I'm sure he can tell you, what's going to work and what's not going to work. But.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I looked on the lot plan where they're situated. And I find there's quite a distance for some people to go bring their garbage. Hope they do it.
Yeah, and it could be, again, that like there's a place within the building to actually drop it off, and then someone building maintenance might bring it out to the garbage.
Clarification on that would be great.
Absolutely. I can
Thanks,
get that
Josh.
for you. Thanks.
Merci, Councillor Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Josh.
Thank you, Councillor Crossman.
Go forward to the pack if it does succeed this evening. One, Councillor Richard just talked about the shared garbage. I'm a little concerned about that as well. But maybe is there any way, and we're talking about trying to make more green space on site, that maybe they could talk to Southeast Regional Service Commission and do a pilot project for residents within that development to actually start using separation rather than throwing it all into one bag, putting it out in a in a preferred spot, a garbage container. Can you make that note maybe moving forward? Because I know Southeast Regional Service Commission is in charge of all our waste. And I'm just thinking if we're missing green spaces, we're taking up a green space here, possibly we could have a solution of getting a pilot project to go for proper separation rather than what's going on currently. What's your thought process on that?
I mean, I'm happy to have that conversation, with the applicant. I think we should definitely be sorting waste at apartment buildings as well. So it's long overdue. I'll have that conversation and get back to you.
Okay. And another thing, in your recommendation, your first recommendation, you say lots 25-1002 and 25-1004 be allowed to exceed a parking lot coverage of 35%. So if we're trying to talk about green spaces, why are we exceeding the lot on those two pits?
So it comes down to this, for this one particularly, just the way that the lot lines are kind of drawn. So again, we look at, and the reason why we're supporting the variance is we're looking at the project overall as a whole, where the overall coverage is 32%, so below the 35. You have some lots that are down to like 26, 27%, and then you have 2 lots that are exceeding that 35%, but as a whole, it's at 32%. So just the way that the lot lines are drawn on these larger sites, sometimes you get, those specific, like this lot isn't technically meeting the requirements, but it's part of an overall larger development that is.
Okay, so I'm thinking possibly maybe 4 or 5 car parking spots that he'd have to give up for environmental would probably seem about right, but I don't know based on the conversations you've had with the developer. But one thing that is missing from the design is, and maybe it is on here but I don't see it, is accessible parking. That is on there as well, correct? I think I only see certain amounts per building.
That's a requirement through the New Brunswick. That's required, yeah.
Okay, so many parking spots per door.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, those are my only concerns, Josh. I really think that we need to start looking at separating waste within new developments. And here's an opportunity. Southeast Regional may be on board for that. The developer may be on board. I don't know. But I think there could be a nice partnership there to show what our development can look like in the future.
Thank you. I think that's a great point. We'll look into it.
Good, thank you, Your Worship.
Merci. We have a motion that's been moved and seconded, and we will go to an electronic vote. Merci, motion carried unanimously.
The next planning item is a public presentation of municipal plan amendment and rezoning 280 Salisbury Road. Hi, Josh.
Hey. That's the wrong presentation there, sorry. There we go. So tonight is the public presentation for this application at 280 Salisbury Road, which involves redesignating the property in the municipal plan from community use to neighborhood, rezoning the property from community use to the R3 zone. And the proposal here is to accommodate a 3-story apartment building with 36 units. The applicant is JSA. So this property is located on the south side of Salisbury Road, abutting the water course. It is just in between Edinburgh Drive and the traffic circle. So a pretty central location, close to a lot of employment, obviously, fairly accessible to downtown as well. There is transit service along Salisbury Road as well. Historically, the property in question used to be a church, and that's why the property is currently zoned in that community use zone. However, the church has since been demolished. The property is now vacant, and so a redevelopment opportunity has arisen. But multiple unit dwellings are not permitted in the community use zone, which is why a rezoning and a municipal plan redesignation are being requested at this property. On the left-hand side, you can see the proposed development, the site plan. So there are 36 units. They are proposing 44 parking spaces as well. That is one below the required 45. And at the bottom side of that site plan, you can see that is a provincially significant wetland that is present on site. So there's not going to be any disturbance to the provincially significant wetland. We've contacted Department of Environment on this as well. They provided approval with some conditions. So the project is largely informed, the design is largely informed by the presence of that PSW. And on the right-hand side, you can see the proposed massing for the building as well. The public notice for this public presentation was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on March 4th, 2026. We also posted a sign on the property, and there were advertisements in the Times and Transcript, and as well as the Acadie Duval. I have heard just some questions from the neighboring property owner. I do expect that through some back and forth, some of the concerns might be able to be mitigated, but obviously if council chooses to go forward, there will also be a public hearing where we can hear broader concerns. So the recommendation is that Moncton City Council proceed with the municipal plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendments and confirm the public hearing date for April 20th, 2026. If the rezoning were to be approved, we are recommending a number of conditions, again, just dealing with that parking variance and just allowing the building design and the landscaping to proceed as it was presented to council. And the next steps again, so it's going to the Planning Advisory Committee on March 25th. There is a 30-day public comment period that's now open for the municipal plan amendments, but all comments will then be received as well for the public hearing on April 20th. Thank you.
Merci, Josh. Conseiller Bourgeois and Conseiller Légère, do you wish to move in second?
Councillor Bourgeois, Councillor Légère. Would you like to move the motion and support the motion?
Merci, Josh. Quelques questions, although I can't open the attachment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Josh. I have a few questions.
What the building looks like, which to me isn't very attractive. So I'm just wondering what it will look like in terms of the public hearing. And I get, I get a lot of comments, and if you drive around town, we're seeing exactly the same thing being built over and over and over. And so whereas others can't, so, other communities seem to be able to get some diversity. I mean, there's the building further down closer to the traffic circle is much more attractive. For example, it was built several years ago. So any comments on that?
So that is something that we heard at the introduction here. I have had correspondence with the applicant as well to see if there was any additional, renderings or anything that could be provided. there's not at this time, I suppose. So, you know, at this stage, it's a small scale building. You know, it's 3 stories. It's certainly designed in a way that, again, like you have a door facing the street. There's no sidewalk on that side of the street, but it's designed in a way so that when the sidewalk is there, you know, there will be that active use. And really, the limits on this site are the provincially significant wetland that I think push a certain built form, as well as our parking requirements. So when you add up all the requirements of the bylaw, it pushes you into a certain built form, which is, you know, what we're seeing in terms of maybe some repetition for projects across town. So,
But how come we don't see any creativity? We just have the same buildings over and over, and you know, it's not good enough to just say, well, you know, it's 3 stories. It's, you know, it has an impact on that neighborhood, has an impact on people who live in that area and see that building, and probably has an impact on the people that live in the building in terms of you know, so how do we push that so that we say no to buildings that really, and we've done it before. We've done it. We did the project not too long ago near the university that we pushed back on the drawings that were really not satisfactory at all, lacked windows and so on, and you came back. So I don't know what the planning advisory committee will say. They have limited you know, powers, but I would really like to see more creativity in the building and making it more attractive. So is that part of the municipal plan review? And it really should be. I mean, I look back on council and I look back at, you know, how many years have we been doing the same thing? I mean, I remember one of the first projects that I reflect on is the siding that was being put in downtown properties and buildings being built, and people hated the look of them. And I would hope that we could change that.
yeah, absolutely. Thank you for your comments. I think that's a great conversation to have. I think it is absolutely, you know, a municipal plan zoning bylaw review conversation. Again, people are meeting our requirements, and that's the built form that you're seeing as a result of meeting our requirements, right? So it's difficult in these site-specific applications for, let's say, me, staff, to negotiate with the developer before it goes to council, because I'm not the decision maker here, council is. So if you are not satisfied with the design, you as a councillor have a vote, right? And your vote can reflect that. But ultimately, I think you don't want staff getting too in the way in terms of like trying to push for a better design when a project is meeting technical requirements that are there. So my job is really to assess the proposal, make sure it's meeting those technical requirements. And I think we all agree that, you know, it's time that those technical requirements get an upgrade. And that's what the municipal plan and zoning bylaw review are for.
Okay, but you can reflect my comments because you know,
I have already, and I
certain
will again.
expectation
Yeah.
when it comes back to public hearing. So
Yeah,
in any
certainly.
event, I appreciate it. Thank you. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Léger. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Thank you, Councillor Léger. Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Josh. I'm a bit confused here because the recommendation is not to go into public hearing and to send the proposal to the Urban Planning Committee. So has the hearing already been performed? So this item was introduced last year. You've made a recommendation to ask for the committee's opinion. So an opinion was already sought from the committee. So there's a public presentation up next and then public hearing. So the goal is to approve the presentation to continue the process. Thank you for this clarification. I will note that, I mean, we have addressed the traffic issue.
Not just for this development, there's only a few, but there's another development closer to Allison Heights coming down the pipes. And people are finally realizing that even if there's no school on Salisbury Road, it's a nice piece of property to build or to develop. So any thoughts on this momentum that we better start thinking of better connections? Salisbury Road, there's not too many exits to the city other than the end of it, roundabout, traffic circle, and Edinburgh. So Any consideration there for long-term future? And I always come back to the Wheeler Boulevard. When it was built, we had one big pipe to take the water drainage from Hildegard. We never thought, council at the time never thought that over the next 20, 30 years, there'd be thousands of houses built upstream. And in 1999 and 2009, we had very severe flooding in the Hildegard area as a consequence of not building a second pipe. So any serious consideration about the traffic, or so far so good? And then at one point we'll go, oh, okay, we need to either widen Salisbury Road or put up more lights or turn in, turn out options?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think it's definitely something that we're always aware of, is all the development pressures on Salisbury Road, and there's other projects as well that are adding significant density. I don't know if I have an exact answer for you in terms of any future thoughts, that I'm not seeing our Director of Engineering here right now, so that might be something I can get back to you later on at the public hearing.
It's because we deal with these projects piecemeal.
Yeah.
Here's one project, 25 units, another project, 30 units, another project, 20 units. And we never look at the big picture that one day we'll have a total of 500 units and the traffic has become an issue. So I'm just wondering, not because of this specific project, but widen the blinders a little bit and come back. And also, I hope that Isabelle Leblanc will take into consideration the growth in the Salisbury Road area, that will eventually justify a community center.
Excellent.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois. Donc we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. We'll go to the vote, which is electronic. Merci, motion carried unanimously.
Next item is a public presentation municipal plan amendment and rezoning for 45 Checker Drive.
Go ahead, Josh.
Thank you. So similar to the last presentation, this is another public presentation for a municipal plan amendment and rezoning. This application is to redesignate a portion of 45 Checker Drive from community use to industrial, as well as to rezone a portion of the property from open space and conservation to industrial park. This application is intended to accommodate expansion of an existing industrial business and allow additional outdoor storage. So the property is located along Barry Mills, and you can see Checker Drive to the right-hand side. This is a site that's currently occupied by Casey Concrete, so local company. And you can see on the zoning map here, there's a P2 portion of the property. This was established back when the original zoning bylaw and municipal plan were created some 15 years ago. The approach that was taken at that time was that they took provincial mapping for watercourses and wetlands, and anything that showed up as a wetland, they zoned it as such. However, with the passage of time, we're seeing that this approach can be problematic. For instance, the provincial mapping is not always accurate, so we're often zoning pieces of land that do not have wetland on them at all. And the Provincial Department of Environment does not regulate wetlands below a certain size. So they won't even issue a WAWA permit for it. It's just you're allowed to fill it in and continue. So following on-site delineation on this property, it was determined by the Department of Environment that the wetland does not meet the size of the criteria for protection, and therefore there are no restrictions against the wetland at the provincial level, and the rezoning here is to reflect that on our mapping. So the idea is that the green pieces on both the generalized future land use map and the zoning map will be updated to industrial to allow for an expansion. And on the right-hand side, you'll see as well, we're looking at a future road, an amendment to the future road schedule in the municipal plan for Checker Drive. This is just an opportunity, as we have a site-specific application, to look at what the future of this area could be. And certainly with access being limited on Barry Mills Road, the addition of a secondary network would be important in the future. So the idea here is that Checker Drive, if you were to draw a line straight out, pretty much lines up with the Brise. And so we're looking to add this as a condition of this project, that no building be placed in this area where a future street might go. No timeline on when that might happen. This is a very future-looking condition. And you'll see here the proposed site plan with the delineated piece of the wetland that was found just in the on the northern part there. And with that, the recommendation is that Moncton City Council proceed with the process and confirm the date of the public hearing for April 20th. The rezoning, we are recommending that one condition that no buildings be located within the area identified as a future road corridor. Following the meeting today, the public does have a 30-day period to provide comments on the public presentation and the municipal plan change. It will be presented to the Planning Advisory Committee on March 25th. And again, the public hearing for all public comments will be delivered on April 20th.
Merci, Josh. I need a mover and a seconder for this motion. Conseiller Léger, Conseiller Leblanc. Merci. Any questions of Conseiller Léger?
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Merci.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Josh.
Too small to fall into the category of wetland that requires an alteration plan. Is that?
That's correct. So it's a wetland, but it's not a regulated wetland because it's under, the certain size as determined by the Department of Environment. So it's not something that they even regulate. They don't issue well permits. They don't even look at it.
Do we know if it's significant at all?
It wouldn't be with that review that was done. So there's a delineation of the property that was done. Typically, if it's a wetland that connects to another feature or if it's above a certain size, that's when it becomes significant. But in this case, it would not.
It has no connection.
No.
Okay. And in the aerial view, are those trailers that we can see? Where you showed your delineation. Are those trailers that are existing now?
No, that's just outdoor storage and pallets.
Oh, they're storing pallets.
Yeah.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then is this in anticipation of a future development that will come forward in terms of quickly, or is it just housekeeping?
I believe this is in reaction to a proposal to expand the site. Yeah. So I do believe that there will be expansion of that industrial use quite quickly following if council chooses to proceed with the approval.
Okay. All right. And the continuation of Checker Drive, and you said that no building be built. Is it, within the agreement, is there a formal legal contract indicating that remains a street right of way for a future street?
So it would be through that condition that is the legal contract, if you will, between the council is setting for this property. So once we identify it on the future roads map, that schedule, it's something that we look at in terms of permitting, and we would not issue a permit for a building within what we think the future right of way will be.
I see, but you don't clearly identify the right of way. You just, in principle,
correct,
indicate there's a right of way.
We establish a center line on the plan, and then based on the category of road that it is, whether it's a collector or local, each street has a defined right of way associated with it. So at that point in time, we're just establishing basically where that road we think it's going to go. And then at time of permitting and more detailed design, we would look at it through that lens of would it be encroaching in a potential future right of way.
Okay. All right. Merci.
Merci, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Josh.
Thank you, Josh.
On the bottom of page 1, you say council questions, and it reads there were some questions, plural, but then you only have one. Did you forget a second one, or is it a typo that it should read there was one question?
That was probably just a copy paste that I did in all the reports. So if there was only one question.
So there's one question.
Yeah.
Merci. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Crossman.
Again, I'm going to question Checker Drive because we're approving this to go to the next stages, which is PAC, right? Which would be sometime in the next month. My concern becomes, are they going to submit a new site plan? Because the one that's before council today, they do have storage units on that plan where Checker Drive would go through. So will they get that new site plan to PAC? Because it's not before council today. We're looking at one that has storage, and if I widen it enough, it's got storage units, but it's right in your right of way. So where's that new plan?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think we actually have a new plan. It's just it might not have made it into this report, so I'll follow up with that.
Okay.
But just to be clear, like the temporary uses, like the storage of pallets would be permitted within the right of way, just because that is something that can be removed quite easily. It's a temporary structure. What we want to avoid is like a permanent building foundation structure that can't be moved afterwards. But the storage of pallets in the interim, while we're looking at this, this is a very long-term thing, would not be a concern for staff.
Okay, now in the CRF, it just says proposed storage area. It doesn't say pallets, it doesn't say buildings, but
Yeah.
if you're trying to get a road to go all the way through, I just assumed they were permanent buildings, right?
Yeah,
Looking at
they
it.
wouldn't be permanent buildings. Yeah.
Okay, so if there's a new site plan, that would be interesting to just add it to the CRF or
Yeah.
something that the next time it can be refreshed.
Absolutely. Yeah,
be
we'll
great.
get that updated.
Good, thank you, your worship.
Thanks.
Merci. So we have a motion that's been moved and seconded. Can we go to the vote, which is electronic again? Merci, motion carried unanimously.
And Councillor
Merci, John.
LeBlanc is not in the room, for the record. Our next,
Would council like to take a health break at this time? We have 4 public hearing. We have a large agenda. We have at least 2 more hours to go. So it's up to council. We take a health break, 5 minutes health break. Merci. We will resume the meeting and we will begin with our first public hearing. And Josh, you're before us all evening. Ah, c'est beau.
The next item is a public hearing and municipal plan amendment and rezoning for 259 University Avenue. And for council's information, we received a person who wishes to object to this development this evening, so he will speak to council.
Thank you very much. So you're not through with me just yet. This was an application that we received in French, so I will do the presentation in French. Alors, on est ici ce soir pour...
We are here this evening for the public hearing, which is to modify the municipal plan and to rezone 259 University Avenue. The goal of the modification is to allow the construction of a mixed-use building that will include a medical clinic over 2 stories that will include housing on the upper floors, 9 units. The applicant is Partenaires Dumont, which is a nonprofit organization. The property is located on University Avenue. University is a corridor that is evolving and that is becoming very multi-use in the sense that it's a commercial corridor and also gives access to residential housing. So this is aligned with our vision to develop University Avenue, to have some more pedestrian-friendly areas, more different uses. So this project aligns well with the principles of the urban planning plan. So we're here aiming to build a multifamily housing unit. If you look at the left is the zoning map and the property is shown in purple. The rezoning is to put in mixed use zoning. So that's the red square. And you can also see the parking that is owned by the same group, Dumont Partners. There's also a request to change the designation in the municipal plan. It is currently designated in the neighborhood zone and to modify the designation for mixed use corridor. This is what is being proposed. It's a 4-story building. The plan here is to have a mixed use building that includes medical clinics, offices, as well as residential units at the top. If you've gone by the property recently, you'll see that construction is well underway. It's almost complete at this point. The reason for the request of rezoning is that the building was approved within the current zone, R3, under a different usage variant under the zoning bylaw, and then it changed a little bit. So we need a zoning change to see what can happen within the building. It gives them more flexibility on the uses permitted within the building. But in terms of the external design of the building, it is already approved and compliant with the current zoning bylaw. So as you can see on the plan, they're expecting 11 parking spots, including there will also be bike parking. This will only be for residents. The people that will be attending the clinic will already be able to access parking at the George Dumont Hospital. And the clinic staff also have access to parking to get to work in the George Dumont Hospital. The public notice was posted. It was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on February 11, 2026, and a sign was also installed on the property, and there were also public notices that were published in the Times and Transcript and Acadie Nouvelle, and we do have someone who'd like to object this evening. The recommendation, as this has already gone through the PAC committee, is that so the recommendation comes from the committee. It recommends that the Moncton City Council approve the proposed municipal plan amendment the rezoning bylaw subject to the following terms and conditions. So again, these conditions are there just to allow certain variants that are required for the building. For example, the reduction of the number of parking spots on site. And the reason for this is because there's already parking that is available for people that will visit the clinic. There's also public transit and active transit that is possible to to access this location. There are also some variants that are required to reduce landscaping that is required and other conditions to make sure that what is being proposed is actually built. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Josh. Are the applicants here? Yes. Would they like to speak?
Allez au micro, s'il vous plaît.
You have to go to the mic, please. Thank you. I just wanted to say that we're ready to answer your questions. The builder is here, the architect is here. I'm part of Dumont Partners. Yes, thank you very much. Are there any, no, sorry. Are there people that are in favor of this project that would like to speak? If no one is here to support the project, do we have any objections? Yes, we have one registered opponent, Marc Leblanc. You can take the floor.
Bonsoir.
Good evening, Mark. Good evening, Your Worship, City Councilors. I will speak to you in English if that's okay. I prepared myself to present in English. I didn't know it would happen in French. I don't object to this development.
Oh, non, OK, d'accord. Ça commence en français.
I'm struggling. I started it in French and I can't keep it in French.
Un aspect que j'aimerais devoir changer.
There's one thing that I'd like to change. On the site plan, it shows stairs that descend into the parking lot on Lewis. That access to the parking on Luke's will change the nature of the parking on that street. It will no longer be on Lutz Street. There's already enough traffic. It won't just be people coming in and leaving at 8 and 4. In this case, with the zoning variance, there will be a commercial business, probably medical use, and it will have people arriving and leaving at all hours. Well,
Le site a fait demande que on
they requested that parking be reduced, so there's only 11 or 12 spots. This city will get some money back because it doesn't have enough parking right there.
pay, en tout cas, on the adjacent site plan shows parking. In lieu of parking, funds in lieu of parking, la ville va recevoir des monnaies. Car on a entendu.
So the city is going to, that's what the city is going to receive. We heard different stories about developments tonight, but we haven't heard anything about bus transit. So when I asked that we close off the direct access, the direct stairs, because we're receiving funds in lieu of parking, I suggest that we should take those monies and that we should spend them like our friend said here, that there will be active transportation, transit. I'd like to see that money used not for parking, but for buses and increased bus service to George Dumont Hospital. So those are my two suggestions.
On appuie les autobus.
We support bus transit, and we suggest closing off the stairs at the back of the building. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much, Mark. Josh, would you like to answer Mr. LeBlanc's observations? Yes, absolutely. I think he raised an excellent point. From a technical perspective, not all projects will give money in lieu of parking when they give up parking spaces. There's two options. One option is to give cash in lieu of parking. That's what we saw with another instance. And there's another option. It's a rotation through approval of the Urban Planning Committee or Council. But when we're dealing with the not-for-profit organization, it's normally we request funding for parking, but in regular cases, we ask for that. Yes, the question as to whether the funds received can be used for other purposes than parking. So the answer today is no, because the legislation specifies that if you accept cash in lieu of parking, the funds may only be used for municipal parking spaces. So I've already emailed the provincial urban planning director, and I think this should be reviewed and updated. And in Nova Scotia, in Halifax, for example, the legislation has the same provisions, but the funds can also be used for public transit or active transportation, but it's not something that's possible under our legislation, but it's certainly something that I'd like to see updated in our legislation to have those funds used for positive outcomes, but it's not possible today. Thank you very much, Josh. Does the applicant want to provide feedback in relation to Mr. Leblanc's proposal? I'd like to make a comment in regards to the stairs and the reasons why there's stairs there. Apartment buildings will be for medical students, and then in the clinic will be for people who are in the hospital. So the parking lot that we own, we basically allowed the hospital to use this parking area, and they have a card system to be able to access the parking lot. They don't use Lutz Road, even if it's called Lutz parking lot. So the reason why there's a set of stairs there, that because they're the ones who use it, and it's their choice. But they asked if there's people like nurses or doctors or other healthcare professionals who go work there, can they come and park closer to the building as opposed to parking over there? This way they would just have to use the set of stairs and it's closer. And what we said was that if they considered it a good decision, well, we do not object to it. So it is possible that a sign would be installed indicating that it is stairs are reserved for the medical students or medical professionals. Maybe they'll have access to another parking lot because those are controlled by cards, but they will have access and we can indicate that they can use those facilities. So I just wanted to provide this clarification as to the reason why there was a set of stairs in the first place here. Thank you very much. If there's no other comments, I will open up the floor to members of council. Do you have any questions, Councillor Bourgeois? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had a question in relation to the set of stairs. I had raised that before because we were turning a building that was initially supposed to be commercial in nature, and then we want to rezone it to allow for some residential units to be built. And the people who will live there, it's like a residential building, but there won't be any green spaces where they can that they can use to enjoy the outside. And we were given the response that it could use parks like Parc Fréchette and another park that's near Moncton High's old soccer field. So this could be a solution for people who want to use the small park because they have options in the bigger park, but they don't have a shed park. So I hope residents won't be prohibited from using those parks. If neighbors want to join them in the parks, people who would want to use those stairs and go through your parking lot, would that be a problem? It's difficult to provide an answer because the parking lot is used by the hospital staff. So we could always overrule the hospital's decision because we own the parking lot. Would we allow people to go through it? Well, as of today, I think people are already allowed to go through the parking lot. So I'd be surprised if Vitality decided it's not a good idea. Maybe some users would have concerns because of safety reasons. If people want to go to the park, usually it's during the daytime. So, and when people are parked in the parking lot, it's during the daytime as well. So we won't object to it. Vitality is using the parking lot for the benefit of their staff. So it's hard for me to provide a response on their behalf. The other question that I have for you, and I raised it with France in the past as well, it would be nice to be able to eliminate as much parking, on-street parking, to make the use of a parking garage and the building of a parking garage profitable. But now it would be too expensive because the money that you can make by controlling access to the parking lot, then people can have the option of parking on the street. It would be nice for those two facilities, George Dumont and the other one, have a shared parking lot. Would that be an option? Would that address parking issues around the hospitals?
Non, non, mais je peux vous répondre. Ben là, je vais vous donner simplement ma vision personnelle. Là. Personnellement, je pense que aussi les PACH vont avoir des sérieux problèmes de stationnement.
If we had serious parking issues, if it was just up to me, I would have a parking garage. I would allow hospital staff to use it, and even better,
Parce qu'ils stationnent encore à l'université, que je pense que ça commence à être un petit peu.
and if people kept parking at the university, maybe we should give them passes.
De stationnement.
Because for sure there's an upcoming parking issue and we're not going to solve it.
Puis moi, je vois qu'il y a.
And when the other facility opens up, things are going to get a bit more complicated. And there's options. There was options of developing a parking garage in another area, but we were told by engineers that those were swamps and that it would be too costly to build a parking garage there. So I understand your question, but we're not going to stop people from doing it, but eventually we'll have to find a solution. But I think they'll have a bigger issue than we have. Well, thank you and good luck with your project. I think what you're doing is very important, not just here, but also around the hospital. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. Councillor Richard. Thank you, Your Worship. So in the CRF, there were questions from council, and I was wondering about the crosswalk. So I'm happy to see that a solution is being put forward to ensure staff safety and public safety as well.
Responsable de nettoyer ou
Who's going to be responsible for putting salt and snow removal for those stairs? So it would be up to the owner. And the owner is the same for the two properties. So it's easy to take care of both sides, right? Well, it was just a clarification here. Thank you. Councillor Léger. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Josh. Firstly, for the foundation, I find that the building is a beautiful addition to the neighborhood. So I'd like to congratulate you on that. And I agree with you in relation to parking. We often talk about parking, but we have to realize that we need to find long-term solutions because things are not going to get better in terms of parking.
D'utilisation pour les étudiants, je pense.
And in terms of allowing students to use the project, I think that's a very nice approach with the clinic that will move from the hospital to this new location. So it will certainly be helpful in resolving congestion issues in the hospital. And my last observation is that it's that kind of buildings that I like to see on Salisbury Road, something that's creative, that has character. So congratulations on this project. And I will keep it at that. Thank you, Your Worship. Well, your comments are always very much appreciated, Councillor Léger. I share your opinion. Does anybody else want to take the floor that's in favor of the project? If not, I will declare the public hearing closed and we're going to move to council members. And I need a mover and a seconder.
C'est qui, là? Est-ce qu'on va aller à la motion?
So we're going to go to the motion. I need a mover and a seconder.
Donc, Conseiller Crossman, would you move the recommendation?
Councillor Crossman?
Any other questions? Pas de questions? So we will go to an electronic vote. Merci. Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you.
The next is a public hearing, municipal plan rezoning Michaud Drive. And Josh is here again.
Application. Thank you.
Kyle, can you turn his mic on again? He turned it off. Do not touch it.
Are we good? All right. So similar to the last application, this is another municipal plan amendment and rezoning public hearing. This application involves redesignating a few PIDs on Shediac Road along Michaud Street from highway commercial to neighborhood and associated rezoning from highway commercial to the R3 zone. The proposal is to accommodate three-story apartment buildings, each building with 6 units, so a total of 18 units between the application. The applicant is Charles Michaud. So the property is located along here, the new Michaud Street extension, which is just across the street from the new Eddy Street extension. So we're at the the eastern end of Shediac Road near the Trans-Canada Highway and near the Sterling Meadows subdivision. You can see the proposal is essentially to what we're effectively doing is downzoning these properties from highway commercial into a residential zone. So limiting the commercial uses that can take place, but accommodating residential uses that would be more in character with the subdivision that's developing in behind. The proposed Michel Street will have a multi-use trail on one side, and that's the side that the development here is proposed. And then there's another multi-use trail along Eddy Street, just along the others, just across Shediac Road as well. So it all connects fairly well. You can see that the three buildings are sharing parking, they're sharing garbages. So overall, it's a very efficient site plan design and generally good planning practice to have the density near the main corridor of Shediac Road. Although there's no transit service out there today, with the continued development in Sterling Meadows and the industrial park, we do expect that there will be transit service in the near future. You can see just a rendering of what's being proposed. So, 3-story, 6-unit building times 3. It's a pretty attractive building. Nothing wrong with it. Again, you have doors facing the street and coming out onto that multi-use trail, parking located at the side. Public notice was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on February 11th, 2026. There was also a sign posted on the property, as well as ads in the Townsend Transcript and Acadie Nouvelle. I don't believe we received any comments from the public on this application. And the recommendation, again, comes from the Planning Advisory Committee. It's that Moncton City Council approve the proposed municipal plan amendment and rezoning bylaw, subject to the following terms and conditions. So just requiring a final plan of subdivision be approved and registered, requiring that all uses of land conform with the City of Moncton zoning bylaw, allowing additional flexibility to apply for variances if need be, and just there's a charge area right now out in Shediac Road. So with the change in zoning, the charge is going to change as well. So just reflecting that change from commercial to residential. Thank you very much.
Merci encore, Josh. Are the developers or proponents here this
I
evening?
believe the developer is here. Yeah.
They are. And do you wish to speak? No? C'est beau. Donc, do we have any objections to? There are no objections to this project. Is there anyone else who supports the project, who wishes to address council?
Yes, I'm going to speak. I did study. I did in my other studying the other plans. I did look at this one, and I just want to repeat a few of the things that I heard here this evening. And I have a good understanding of Plan Moncton. I've followed the municipal plan over the years. And I look at this property, look at this development, and I think to myself, gee, I would like to have this kind of development in the east end of Moncton. There's underdeveloped properties in the east end of Moncton that have full service, full, water, sewer, street infrastructure. We have sidewalks, and this is the type of infilling that we need for the city of Moncton. To put it out Shediac Road, it's easy to say, put it out Shediac Road, build a new street, put in new infrastructure. We, the taxpayers, have to pay for that. We have to accommodate the cars that are now going to drive into the city. We have to park them somewhere. And these are all the things that we touched on this evening. And I hate to stand here and point at one developer. That's not my intention. My intention is just to reinforce what I heard here from some other councillors this evening. Madame la Mairesse.
Merci beaucoup, Marc. Is Josh, you wish to?
Thank you very much, Marc.
You're okay. There's no objectors, so I will open it to council for questions. And there are no questions from council. So unless someone else wants to speak again, I will declare the public hearing.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, well.
Can you state your name for the record?
Hello, my name's Robert Treitz. I actually used to own some of the property that this request is for. And apparently for it to go through, I need to give up a bit more than what I already have. And I just wonder how's that going to affect what I own now. And actually, I wouldn't mind buying it back, which I've spoke to the current owner about. But anyways, we'll see where it goes from here. What's better, what's best for the city. Anyways, my family, my father years ago built Lakeside Estates. And one of the things I think I picked up from him, what's best for everybody involved. And that's usually what I try to aim for. Anyways, don't really want to give up any more property, but if it's best for the city, that's what I'll do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Josh, do you want to reply to this comment?
Yeah, I'm just looking at our property layers here. From what I can tell, the application is specific to land owned by Mr. Michaud. Is that correct? So there's no land that's being used in this application that would be a part of Robert Trite's land? There is a little strip, eh? Okay. Can we pull up the presentation there, Kyle? Sorry, I'm just asking for the presentation to come up so we can see.
Sorry.
So is that your land here, basically, along Shediac Road, that 1425?
Yeah, I
Okay.
used to have like all this.
Right.
But what I had to give up to sell the subdivisions more than what my lot.
Okay.
So, Josh, is this something you could address later with,
Well, I just want to make sure that we're rezoning the right piece of land. So can I have a minute, please? Thanks.
we'll do that.
Apologies, folks. A little excitement here. That's fun. I think at this stage, we just ask that council table this item until the next meeting, just until we get this sorted. We want to make sure that we're not rezoning someone else's land without their consent. So,
Okay.
yeah, thanks.
So,
We-
Councillor Crossman, do you wish to?
I wish to move a motion to postpone until April 7th, public session of council.
And Councillor Bourgeois, do you wish to second? So,
We'll go electronic.
we'll go to a.
It's not debatable. Yeah. Take, we're going to do an electronic vote.
Electronic, c'est bon.
Councillor Kingston, can you use Councillor Kingston? Councillor Kingston, could you register your vote?
Motion to table passed unanimously. Merci.
Next is a public hearing for rezoning of 2731 Killam Drive.
Okay. So this application is to repeal an existing conditional rezoning agreement at 27 to 31 Killam Drive and rezone the property to the suburban commercial zone. The applicant in this case is Kennedy Santos. Properties are located on Killam Drive near the Mountain Road intersection. Currently, they're in the suburban commercial zone, but there is a conditional zoning agreement, which I'll get into, which does limit the uses. Overall, this is a pretty good area for commercial uses and additional density. You have a confluence of transit lines here running along Killam Drive and Mountain Road. You're close to the high school. Killam Drive is also identified in the active transportation plan for physically separated cycling facilities, and there are some further down Killam Drive today. So ultimately a good place for additional density. A bit of a history on this site. So in 2015, Council approved a conditional zoning agreement for this site to allow a pizzeria and convenience store. However, as the years went by, the development never materialized, and the property was since sold off to another party. There was a condition as part of the 2015 approval that Council put on the property that said that if development did not was not completed within 2 years, that the conditional approval would expire. However, although the conditional approval has expired, the bylaw still remains in place today. And so we actually have a bit of an odd case right now where there's a bylaw from 2015 that still limits the property to certain uses, but then there's a condition that says that those uses have expired. So currently it's a bit of a holding zone, and there's really not any uses that are permitted until we go through the process to actually repeal the bylaw, which is what we're doing here today. Again, a bit more history on the site. The city did receive a bylaw complaint in July 2025 about residences on the property that were maybe not up to code. So there was a site inspection that was completed in September that did confirm that there was a conversion of an existing dwelling into multiple units. There was a walkthrough with the fire department and the building inspection, and some immediate egress issues based on that walkthrough were resolved. So, there was some issues definitely with egress, but they were resolved immediately. Since this has come to light, the applicant, the property owner, is trying to work with the city to find solutions. So they want to make sure that the building is brought up to code, as do we. However, we can't do the final checks because they need to apply for a building permit, and the building permit can't be issued because the zone does not allow the use. Because again, the use is the zone of this property really expired back in 2017 after that 2 years when nothing materialized. So the application today would repeal that existing conditional zoning agreement, allow the property to be in the suburban commercial zone, which does allow the multiple unit dwelling as it's permitted. And then the property would be able to go through and apply for building permits and bring everything up to code. So here's the proposed site plan. Again, the existing building is there. So that building was converted into additional units. The proposal is for 8 units total within that building, and the rest of the site is being used for parking and access. So through this approval and through essentially future work that will have to come through the detailed permitting stage, this will ensure that the site as well as the building meet all technical requirements of the zoning bylaw as well as the National Building Code and public safety requirements. We do think that this is still a good location for a mix of residential and commercial uses, and it's certainly supported by direction in the municipal plan. And so that's why we're pushing for a suburban commercial zone here, and then essentially that will just allow the property owner to come through and go through the permitting process. Public notice was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on February 18th, 2026. Similar with the other applications, there was also a sign posted on the property and ads posted in both the Times and Transcript and Acadie Nouvelle. I don't believe I've heard from anyone from the public on this application. So the recommendation, again, from the Planning Advisory Committee is that the City of Moncton Council approve the proposed rezoning bylaw, and that would, again, just put the properties in the suburban commercial zone, and at this time, we don't see a need for additional conditions of council. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Josh. So are the applicants here this evening?
Don't think so.
They're not here. Is there anyone who objects to this? Is there anyone who supports this project? So I don't see any, so I will open it to council for questions. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions, Conseiller Léger?
Any questions, Councillor Léger? Thank you, Your Worship.
Building one other new building, is that correct? Where it says units, 6 units in that grassy area? Is that what they intend to do, or what does that
Uh,
refer to?
I'm going to ask if Kyle can pull up the site plan again. Sorry, Kyle.
Because we have 2 existing buildings, and then we have snow storage proposed, and then we have R3 zone, and total units, 8 units.
Oh, thanks, Kyle. That was me. So the total 8 units is within the existing structures. So what you have there on the left-hand side is just what's there today. So it was previously, I believe, a single unit dwelling. There might have been a secondary unit in there. And the original proposal was to do the pizzeria and the convenience store in that back part of the building. That never materialized. So this building has been converted to 8 units. And that's the only proposal today for this site, is just legalizing that conversion to 8 units. So there's no additional units proposed right now, but with the approval, any development could just follow the standards of the suburban commercial zone, which does allow for additional units.
So, so all of this property then would be suburban commercial?
Correct.
And so that grassy area then could be, you could put another building on there. if they
You could,
chose to do that.
yeah.
Okay. And I see the trees on the right-hand side, and I think there's an entrance to the bowling alley and the plaza on the back, right?
Yeah.
So why wouldn't there be a requirement to put a fence there?
There's not a requirement to put a fence today because both the properties are zoned suburban commercial, or like this one is proposed to be suburban commercial and the next one is suburban commercial. So there's not a requirement for fencing because the idea is to, potentially allow for additional accesses through properties in the future. So it's just not a requirement today in the bylaw.
It's a bit sketchy though if you go into that parking lot.
Yeah.
Because McDonald's is there and so on. It is difficult.
It is, yeah, and it's privately owned, so there's.
But can we impose a condition that they have to that they are required to put a fence, or they're just proposing the trees?
They're at this point in time, and they're proposing what you're seeing in front of you, which is the trees. They're not proposing a fence. Council can add a condition to add a fence if that's your will. I would say at this point, like administration don't necessarily see the need for a fence here. I think it's one of these things that, if the property owner determines that there's too much traffic and later on, when they're managing the building, they feel the need to put up a fence, that's more a decision that, they can make. But certainly is something that you can add on if you feel it's important.
I feel it's important for flow because I would hate for someone. It depends, I guess, on what the clientele that will be in the apartments and stuff. But what would you suggest? That it just happen organically, or do?
The recommendation, from the Planning Advisory Committee is no conditions.
No
So essentially the properties they develop according to the standards in the suburban commercial zone. And so where there's standards and requirements for fences, they'll be there, but if not, then they won't be.
Does the standard require though the trees? Or is that just?
That's something that they're just proposing, but the standard does not require.
There's no requirement for anything.
No.
Well, I think there should be a requirement for something. Because otherwise it could just be a vacant open lot up against a street that has no curb, and it's just more like an alleyway.
So again, any new development would have to be brought up to standard. So that would include curb on any new asphalt, but there's a lot here that's existing, right? So it's difficult to force curb and new standards on existing asphalt. Again, if you feel a fence is important, we can certainly add it in as a condition.
I feel aesthetics are important, and I think if all we end up with are 2 buildings that get modified so they're safer, but everything looks run down, because right now the property looks run down.
Yeah, are you talking about the access to the parking, like the access that brings you back to like the bowling alley and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a different property, right?
No, I know, but their property adjacent to this property doesn't look isn't great either. There's no delineation between the lousy road and that green space. I would prefer to put a condition on saying that they're required to put a fence. They're not required to put a 6-foot fence. They just need to put some type of a barrier or trees. But it can't be it can't be nothing, because that's probably what we'll get.
Yeah, we can certainly add that as a condition if that's the will of council.
I'd feel more comfortable adding something, and then you can negotiate with them in terms of what works best for them, but understanding that, you know, there is traffic flow in there that goes back and forth, and it would be nice to have something that's more aesthetically pleasing.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't need to be added now, or
Yeah, it would need to be added as a condition now. So
what do you suggest?
I could look at our solicitor, but I think we can come up with some wording pretty quick. Or is that something that we want to pass with intent and maybe come back tomorrow and see?
So Nick,
Perhaps we could postpone approving this one also until
We
the next
could.
meeting, so we can get the proper wording and just make sure that everything is kind of kosher.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd move it then.
so
Postpone.
Conseiller Léger, you're
Sure.
proposing that we postpone.
Postpone.
Conseiller Bourgeois, do you second that motion? C'est beau. Donc, we will go to a vote. It's electronic. Bon.
Councillor Edgett, could you voice your vote? Sorry, they closed it before you did it. You're okay? Yep. Councillor Edgett, it's noted she's in favor.
So did Councillor Edger vote against or just
Again, she.
you voted for?
Yes.
Okay. So c'est bon, motion carried. Donc, on y va. Motion de postpone. Allez-y, Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. It would be
Councillor Bourgeois.
it's not obvious here, and maybe I missed it, but I'm looking at the two lots, and this is really weird configuration of lots. There's a city street that goes partly towards the bowling alley, but it doesn't go all the way there. So I don't know where the city street ends. That'd be nice to know. But secondly, most importantly, are what the two lots in behind of these two lots? Are they residential designation, R1, R2? You know?
Yeah, we can bring up the zoning map again. There's one that's suburban commercial and the other one is R3.
Okay,
So it's a bit of a mix.
So, yeah, in that case, especially if it was residential, but even if I would be in favor of an opaque fence, because you never know I mean, it would be two businesses' backyards facing each other, and good fences make good neighbors. So anyways, when you come back, it'd be nice to know where the street ends and also the exact zoning of the, I guess, three properties that are behind it, to see what impact a fence may or may not have with these other properties, although they're not developed now. 5 years, 10 years down the road, they could be. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Merci. Donc, on a passé au vote.
So we have proceeded with the vote. This is the last one, I think, Josh.
Rezone 290 Church Street, and we have received objections.
Thanks, folks. So this is a rezoning application that was received at 290 Church Street. This is an application that is seeking to amend an existing conditional zoning agreement to allow for a construction staging area for the Atlantic Science Enterprise Center. The applicant is the property owner, Heritage Developments Limited. The Atlantic Science Enterprise Center, as I'm sure you all are familiar with, is under construction on Université Avenue. As the project is proceeding to its next phases, there is a need for a laydown area for construction, and there are constraints on site. So, you know, there's been a need to find an offsite staging area. And we're here tonight because the applicant is submitted a proposal, and we're responding to that proposal. So the property is known as the Old Moncton High Sports Field. So it's currently in a mixed use zone. But again, similar to the last application, although it's zoned mixed use, there are conditions that limit the permitted uses of the land. And today, the only permitted uses of the land are a surface parking lot in conjunction with the redevelopment of the Old Moncton High building. So a bit of site history. So This property is again very much tied to the old Moncton High, which opened in 1935 after being constructed. This property was used as a sports field for many years, and when it was under public ownership, certainly it had that ability to be used as a public space as well, whether in the afternoons or during the summer. However, in 2015, the school closed permanently. That decision was made by the province, and then in 2017, the province also announced a sale of the old Moncton High, as well as the sports field, to a private developer, that is Heritage Developments Limited. And in 2017 as well, the council at the time approved a rezoning of the lands subject to a conditional zoning agreement. So the 2017 rezoning agreement is still in place today. It does include conditions for the development of 290 Church Street. So what this rezoning says is that basically it allows and encourages Old Moncton High to be redeveloped into a new mix of uses. So hope to see new tenants in there someday and breathe some new life into that building. However, with parking pressures on sites, 290 Church was approved as an off-site parking lot for Old Moncton High, but it could only proceed under certain conditions. So number one, that the Old Moncton High school property was full, so all the tenants were in there, everything was active, and the building was being fully used. And the on-site parking at Old Moncton High was also full. So those are the two conditions that need to be met before this property can be developed as a surface parking lot. Unfortunately, today, as we all know, Old Moncton High is currently vacant, and so this field remains vacant because they are not meeting the conditions to develop a surface parking lot at this time. In 2025, PAC then approved a temporary use application for a driveway that connects the Vitalité parking lot just behind Université Avenue to Church Street. So this was an access, because of ongoing construction, the access from Université Avenue into the Vitalité lots will soon be closed. So there was an application that was approved for a driveway that would bring the workers out onto Church Street. It's anticipated that that's going to be needed for about 2 years as construction progresses. But the PAC approval for a temporary use is only good for 12 months. That's the maximum amount of time that you can approve a temporary use. And so through this rezoning application, there would be an approval for not only the laydown area, but also to allow the driveway to extend beyond that 12-month period. This is the current proposal of the site. So you can see on the purple leading up to Université, this is access to the laydown area. So construction vehicles would be using this access primarily. And then from Church Street on the left-hand side through the orange would be the temporary access for the Vitalité parking lot. And just a bit of a zoom in as to what's being proposed. So again, that driveway in orange following the Vitalité parking lot, this was approved by PAC already for the temporary use, but the approval here seeks to allow it for more than 12 months. And then the staging area where we can see a mix of uses, including construction trailers, storage of materials, vehicle parking, that sort of thing, which is typical with laydown areas for large construction sites. Prior to bringing this application forward to council, the applicants and Pomerleau did host an open house. And the idea was to present the proposal to the local residents and see if there was any feedback that could be garnered. So the open house was held on February 4th. The City of Moncton did assist along with Public Services and Procurement Canada. Notification was sent out a couple of weeks before the meeting to over 220 property owners. So that's all the properties that were bounded by Wheeler Boulevard to the north, University Avenue to the west, Mountain Road to the south, and the CN rail line to the east, just past Church Street. Of the 220 notices that were sent out, approximately 17 residents attended the open house. Some of the main feedback that we received included overall general support for the ASEC project. I think people really think that it's a good project for the community. However, there were obviously concerns raised about the impacts of the construction area. So impacts including noise, dust, that sort of thing. And one of the requests that came out was for additional tree planting between existing residential homes and the proposed staging area, as well as concerns about traffic, the amount of traffic coming onto Church Street, the safety of that, as well as existing traffic calming that was implemented within that area as well, and some concerns with how that was implemented and how that's going. So on the topic of traffic, we did receive a traffic impact study that was submitted for the proposed temporary driveway to Church Street. So this would see the entire 545 parking stalls that are currently used by staff working at the Georges Dumont Hospital, again, temporarily access the site through Church Street as opposed to Université due to construction. The findings of the study found that Church Street will operate at acceptable levels of service in peak hours. And the way that this parking lot works is there's kind of 4 peak hours during the day. There's the hospital workers that work 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So they have 12-hour shifts. So they're usually coming in at 7 a.m. and then 7 p.m. And then there's also office workers that are on the more traditional 9 to 5 schedule. So you have kind of 4 waves of traffic coming in and out during the day, but it's not all 545 vehicles leaving at once typically because of that staggered hours of operation. The traffic study did also find that there's a need for a new left turn arrow at the Mountain Road and Church Street intersection. That would help just improve the flow of traffic for people coming out of this driveway and looking to make a left onto Mountain Road. And then it did identify as well potential safety concerns just due to site distances with the Wheeler overpass. And so there is a proposal to install a driver feedback sign as well as a hidden driveway sign to help mitigate that concern. One of the pieces of feedback that we heard at the open house was, why don't we do a temporary driveway from the Vitalité parking lot directly onto Wheeler Boulevard? So that is something that, we thought was potentially something to be explored. Administration did follow up on that with DTI. However, the response that we got from DTI, and this is Wheeler Boulevard is a DTI highway, controlled access, was that they would not permit the driveway. And not only would they not permit it, but based on the current legislation in the Highway Act, they wouldn't be allowed to permit it. So legislation would have to change before they could even consider permitting it. So unfortunately, that's not going to be possible in this case. As well as comments were coming in from the open house, there is going to be additional traffic calming analysis within the neighborhood. So conducted specifically on Marjorie, Ralph, Henry, Clark, and Cornell Streets, just to look at, again, how the traffic calming on Church Street is working and whether that's maybe directed some traffic into the neighborhood unintentionally. One of the things that we heard again was for additional tree planting. This was, again, comments that were brought forward at the open house. Specifically, people were asking for the planting of evergreen trees, so something that just helped add a little bit additional separation. As you can see, for the residences that are facing Marjorie Street, there is a piece of publicly owned land that you can see there that forms part of Halls Creek Park. There are already some trees on there, but there would be additional tree planting required on the field site. Just behind that area if council were to give approval, and basically just additional tree planting between the property lines and the proposed driveway in the area here that you can see in red. We also discussed the need for security in this instance. So where this is a temporary use, temporary use is not the right term. Where this is a use that does have a defined end date in the sense that the laydown area is not going to be needed after construction is completed. We expect that'll take about 6 years. We do have the approval in there for up to 8 years in case there's any delays with construction. We do have a condition that is essentially asking the applicant to provide security to the city to ensure that the field will be reinstated to its current state. So removing all the top layers of what needs to happen for the staging area and reinstating it to as it looks today. The original amount in the quote that was accepted by the city at introduction was $347,000. That was the cost of reinstating the entire field. However, a question at council came up about inflation costs, and so we went back and looked at it again and added a 4% annualized inflation measure to that. And so we're looking at a security that's going to be handed to the city now of $430,000 to account for that inflation. However, there's 2 alternatives at the end of this. So where this is a temporary or interim use that's being proposed for the field for the construction, there's 2 alternatives at the end. So it's either the field needs to be reinstated, in which case the city will then provide the security back to the applicants, or the field could develop under the existing conditional zoning agreement from 2017, which means that if 8 years from now Moncton High is full, it's bursting at the seams, there's a bunch of new tenants in there, the on-site parking is also full, Heritage could proceed then with the construction of a temporary or a permanent parking lot, a surface parking lot on the site as per the 2017 agreement, in which case, again, the security would be handed back to the applicant because there would be no need to reinstate the field. So those are the 2 outcomes that we see possible for this site. In addition to the open house, we do also do public notice for the public hearing tonight. So notice was sent out to property owners within 100 meters on February 18th. As well, a sign was posted on the property. We did do notices in the Times and Transcript and the Acadie Nouvelle. And then we also sent an email out to anybody that came to the public open house and provided email contact. So the recommendation from the Planning Advisory Committee, again, is to approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And this will be subject to a conditional zoning agreement with additional conditions. So The first two conditions are a bit wordy, but essentially this first one is basically saying, you know, the staging area is allowed to go for a maximum of 8 years or whenever construction at the ASEC is finished, whichever happens first. After that 8-year period, the field needs to be reinstated unless they're meeting the requirements of the existing conditional zoning agreement, in which case it can be developed for a surface parking lot. So that's what this first condition is saying. The second condition, again, very wordy, is talking about the security. So up to $430,000, depending on the site that's going to be impacted on the field. And essentially what we're asking for here is that either A, the field be reinstated to its current state after the construction has ended. And so that's what the security is for. We'll return the security after it's been reinstated, or we will return the security if, again, the site can be developed as an off-site parking lot. An additional condition related to a local government service easement for any municipal infrastructure that will be installed on site. We do expect that there will be some underground drainage infrastructure that's installed as part of this process. So we'll need an easement to access that. There's a condition here related to the tree buffer that will be required between the driveway and the residential property lines, again, specific to evergreen trees being planted where feasible. And then the final condition is that the site be developed in general conformance with the approved plans. Thank you.
Merci encore, Josh. So
Thank you, Josh.
There are some folks that can speak, yeah.
they are here. And who, c'est beau. Would you like to speak, please?
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Council. Thank you, members of the public. So my name is Paul Stewart. I'm project manager with Pomerleau Construction. So we're the construction manager overseeing the ASEC project development that's ongoing now on University Avenue. Essentially, we'll make myself and my colleague Jeremy available for questions from the public for council as they come up. I'll be short because I expect we will get a question in terms of what other options did we look at to come to this as our final proposal. We have been engaged on the project since 2021 in October, right when design development began. So as the design progressed and we got a better understanding of exactly what was required to construct this facility, we did explore many options, including but not limited to the CBC parking lot, which has since been taken over by Vitalite, agreements with UDM for laydown space there, CN rail yard for laydown. None of these options fit all of, solved all of the questions or concerns that we had to actually move forward with successful construction for a variety of reasons. At its peak construction for this project, we could see as much as 200 workers working at a time. That obviously brings with it, excuse me, a large portion of contractor parking. There's currently nowhere in the facility that could house that, or within this running area that could house that type of parking demand. So we looked at UDM, could we rent a space there and install shuttle services? When you run the dollars and cents for those solutions and compare it to the schedule impact on the project, it's astronomical. The majority of the trades working on the project here are unionized trades, meaning they're working on set schedules under their collective agreements. If we have them parking well away from site and shuttle services in, it will extend the construction schedule significantly. Pomerleau's role in the project as the construction manager, we're not under a lump sum contract here. We're here to represent the client, which is Public Works Canada, and come up with a solution which is most beneficial for the taxpayer. This solution also brings with it the ability of construction laydown space for key material storage. Anybody that's familiar with the site can hopefully appreciate it's incredibly limited. We're boxed in on all four sides at the moment, meaning again, material would have to be stored somewhere. This is the perfect solution. If materials are stored far, far away from site, again, it comes with significant cost increases to the federal government and the taxpayer and extensions to the project schedule. So I certainly appreciate, and I'm sure we'll hear from members of the public who have concerns to voice, which I commend. And we're here to answer their questions and concerns applicably, but this is the best and really the only solution that we see successfully leading to the delivery of the project. So thank you, everyone. We'll be available for questions as needed.
Merci beaucoup. Are there other proponents for the project who wish to speak? If not, would you like some water? Would you like, yes, please. Okay, we'll get you some water. So we do have some objectors, right?
We have some people who have provided their comments as neutral. I will call them. I don't believe that they are here, but if they are and they would like to speak to their, it would be Mario Gautreau. Marie, would you like to speak? Aimeriez-vous parler? No? Okay. Alain Chicoin? No? Samuel Legrellet? No? Okay. Oui. I have objectors.
OK. Est-ce que vous êtes contre le projet? Est-ce que vous
Oui.
voulez parler? C'est ça?
Okay. If there, if you want to speak to your objection, you can come to the mic now.
Merci.
Thank you. Madam Mayor's Council, thank you for
Your worship,
not an objection to ASEC. I'm very much in favor of ASEC. I've spoken to Paul about that, and he knows how keen I am on that project. And I understand because of that there needs to be a laydown area. As to the rezoning of the field for the laydown area, that's not the best way to be. And all due respect, I know you say it's the best. It's not the best. I'm aware I've attended a previous Planning and Application Committee meeting, and at that time we were talking about the access road to the Vitality car park, 290 Church Street, and PAC made it very clear that they could only address those things which are directly in front of them. We, the neighbours, all said, "Oh, yeah, but they'll want a laydown area." No, we were told that we just talk about the access road to the Vitality area. And yet here we are. So we were there with the access road, and now we're back with the rezoning for the field, which, by great coincidence, runs along that access road. And they're both at 290 Church Street. And I come back to the thing that we, the neighbours, know of Heritage. The only thing that they have ever hankered after since 2017 is to build a car park on that field. And that's the Trojan horse which we've been facing all the way along. Something has to happen to the field, and it can be used, but that's not necessarily the way to do it. I refer to the diagram. I won't ask you to bring it up, Kyle, and I didn't bring any graphics with me. It shows the buildings that are proposed to be on that laydown area for the workers. Yes, you need them, all spread out. On so many construction sites, you can have 2 or 3 floors of those huts in container units. Most urban construction sites have different levels. They will fit in a smaller area. The workers could park on the existing Moncton High School car park, which is empty. They don't need, the construction stuff does need to be close to the site, but the workers could park on the existing car park at Moncton High. Now, the field holds, it's not just a piece of ground to put stuff on. That field has memories. I'm a newbie in Moncton. I have got no history here, as to my future. But that field, the people are here, they've played their best game on there. They've grown up with that as their local playing field. And it's a green space for Moncton. I mean, to consider it just another piece of asphalt does not seem to fit with how some of you councillors have talked about a long-term plan for Moncton to develop as a place for families, a 25-year plan for the qualitative development of Moncton. And not just apartment blocks at the ends of residential roads where you don't have buses and you don't have schools, just requiring more parking. So, to what extent this project, which must go ahead in some shape or form, I don't honestly, sorry Josh, the DTI thing about the access from that
runoff road. I know it's a separate department, but everything is doable if you want to do it. For the DTI to just shut that down and say, no, we're not doing that. That idea wasn't my idea. I believe that was Marc LeBlanc's idea, and it was an excellent idea, and it would actually work for Pomelo, because I've spoken to you about that, Paul. And just to say, whoa, we're not doing that because it's there's a lot of paperwork where it's just too difficult, doesn't really wash. This is a big project. This is a nationally important project in the fastest growing city in Canada and the biggest city in this province. And we're just talking about putting in the infrastructure for yet another asphalt car park. And we're doing it in a, and I've heard reference here to not wanting to do things piecemeal and to look at the big picture. And when I spoke to you at that open event, Paul, I said, I don't object to this, but actually the vision is not even big enough. And we talked about ideas of what that field could be. And I won't go into detail because there would, poor Sarah and Josh are used to my vast amounts of detail that I pelt them with. But this could be a great looking project. I talked to Paul about that field being developed by ASEC. And I know it's owned by other people, but like the DTI, like the access, everything can change. An agreement is what two people agree that they wish it to be. And if the province wants it, if ASEC wants it, if the country wants it, if Moncton wants it, that project can be very, very different. And to address it in this manner where it's, we're here in November 2025 with, looking at an access road. And yeah, I've got a horse in the race. My garden is 9 feet from that access road. And I will continue to push Sarah and Josh for a bigger buffer because the zoning, as I read it correctly, for Z222.61 requires a 12-meter buffer. The city have allowed a 10-meter buffer. This application came back from Heritage with a 6-meter request on the buffer. And I need to get into the weeds of the detail with you on that, Josh, but the 6-meter buffer won't wash either. So I'll talk about buffers, but not here. This project could be amazing for Moncton, but not as is envisaged with just a lay down area and then going back to the field, because we know.
Mr. Clark, could I just interrupt for a moment? You have 5 minutes, so.
Are we done?
Well,
I'm
maybe
nearly
we'll
there.
give you another minute, okay?
Minute's fine, madam. To address these things as separate is like, we're here looking at the access road 290 Church Street and then the rezoning 290 Church Street. But it's like we're discussing the details of the size and the shape and the color of the nails that we'll bang into Moncton's coffin. Getting down into those details. Now, my opinion may not matter here at all. As I say, I don't have a past in Moncton and I don't represent the future. I'm an old white guy. But I hope that the city have a view to the future of Moncton of just not covering it over with more asphalt car parks and car fumes, because it's not for me. It's not for me. Other people's grandchildren have to live here. And I hope the city take that into account. Madam Mayor, Council, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next person who has added an objection would be Marc LeBlanc. Monsieur LeBlanc.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Josh. I'm not going to need them. No, my friend over here covered a lot of my points, so I'm going to be like under 2 minutes. Yeah, well, the rest of everybody joined in on the information, so we have a lot of information here already in front of us. But so I want to just talk about, somebody is going to be disturbed here, and we're talking about maybe it's Pomerleau. but it's quite possibly the neighbors that live around there. And not just the neighbors, but there's thousands of commuters that use Church Street on a regular basis to go to and from work, to go to and from school. And now we're talking about combining the traffic from University Avenue that really wants to be on Wheeler Boulevard. And that's why we're talking about the direct Wheeler Boulevard access. And I agree with Declan that I don't think enough effort has been put into that concept. So we're going to be disturbing somebody. Yeah, it might be the parked cars that are already there at Vitalité. But again, I want to talk about the bus service that could be available and something that's used on in other cities, used by the Moncton City Hospital, which is a parking, park and bus to the hospital. And in this case here, you have the opportunity of probably bringing full loads of people to the hospital, right to the doorstep. And they won't have to walk across that brutal marsh that the parking lot is, So you have the possibility of, and an example that came up was the TD Center in Dieppe, because they've closed down the call center component of that center. So there may be space there, but there's other spaces. So bus, park and ride. And with that, you're diminishing. And if you diminish the construction footprint, you don't need the big access roads. I'll stop there. Current calls for infilling. And of course, somebody else brought up, there should be a multi-level parking down there. There should be one there. There should be one at the Moncton City Hospital. We should not be using this surface parking, in such vast amounts, and taking away potential sports fields and just public spaces. So on that note, this public hearing is not just about the 220 notified or 17 neighbors who attended the public presentation. This hearing is very much about the quality of life of the thousands of commuters that presently use Church Street on a daily basis, and about the thousands of commuters who will be detoured trying to come into work each day. Add to that, the construction trucks are going to be permitted through Church Street. As my friend said here, there are better solutions, Madame la Maire.
Merci beaucoup, Marc. Est-ce que...
Thank you very much, Mark.
Mike, est-ce que tu veux parler?
Mike, would you like to speak?
To add. Okay.
Okay, c'est beau.
And can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Michael Roy. Been a resident of that neighborhood since 2002. Very engaged group. A number of years ago, when it was brought to our attention that Moncton High School was proposed to move to the Irish Town, just short of the Irish Town border there. A bunch of the neighbors got together to try and keep that from happening, because we thought it would have a negative impact on the city at large, and especially the neighborhood. Unfortunately, we weren't successful there, but we know how all that worked out. And but previous to that, that neighborhood got together to eliminate a strip club, if you guys remember correctly, at the time. So many of the same people that are here. And we were successful in that regard. Then since the property was abandoned by the province and then put for sale for a period of time, it sat there with really no takers. We as a community group got together, proposed a community recreation facility. I don't know if you guys remember Councillor Crosman and Councillor Terrio, but it was something that we floated by you guys, but we spoke specifically to the MLA at the time about it. And it was deemed to be a really cool idea. We saw potential botanical gardens, outdoor recreation facility, physical activity facility that would serve the community of Halls Creek, Sunny Bray, not to mention the staff and clients of Pache Océan and the hospital. Now, I think that there's probably going to be more of a need for that type of facility than ever, considering the growth that's happening right there. And unfortunately, shortly thereafter, it was included as a parcel of land to sweeten the pot, as it were, for our friends at Heritage, who I have nothing but respect for. I'm not intimating anything, but that seemed to seal the deal. Now, why a sports field would inject that much added value to the Moncton High refurbishment at the time was left to be explained necessarily, but we all understand that real estate is a game of speculation. Then a couple of years later, there we are again. We're forced to leave our families at home as we come down to City Hall to object to the proposition of turning it into or getting it rezoned as parking facility for a building that was certainly empty at the time. Our friend at the time, Bill Budd, recommended that it stay a field until such time as the building itself necessitated it. Everybody agreed, I believe, at that time. I believe it was unanimous that that was the accepted path. And yet here we are again, talking about turning the field into a parking lot. The traffic on Church, I look out my kitchen window and see it every day. The corner of Marjorie and Church houses three, not one, not two, but three school district bus stops in the morning. The traffic calming has helped reduce the speed on that street.
Mike, may I just interrupt
Yes.
you for a moment? So what is the solution that you are proposing?
Well, I'm getting to that, so I'll be as concise as I can. The points that I'm getting to here is that field for the longest period of time served the community. For the last 10 years, it's been inaccessible to the community. The second we need parking for a project, we want to turn it into a parking lot. What I'm saying is that corridor is currently the only safe corridor because the corridor that's on University Avenue is a gong show. Okay, so if you're using that to get back and forth to that side of the building or that side of the city, it's a dangerous corridor right now for anybody who's using active transportation, walking, cycling, so on and so forth. We're going to take the only other one that's useful right now and inject all of those same dangers into that one. Okay, I like the idea of using the existing Moncton High parking lot for all of the parking needs that need to happen. Okay, if for whatever reason, and this is the part that I'm getting to, and if for whatever reason we decide there's no other way, and I agree with Declan, I think there's always another way, but if we agree that there's no other way than to do this the way that's been proposed for a period of up to 8 years, then I would recommend that council put a motion forth to work with the partners at the province and especially the federal level who have put this project on the table to repurchase that piece of land afterwards and turn it into a community resource for not only the neighbors, but all of the new people that are going to be housed in the new science center and all of the new developments that are happening at the George Dumont Hospital at the same time. The idea that we're going to allow the side door to open up to turn that into a parking lot just seems completely wrong to me. And I had to get up and say something about it. I think that there's some real added obstacles to active transportation and to our youth that use that corridor every day. And I think that if those concessions are made to allow this to happen in the short term, then there should be some form of repayment to the neighborhood and to the community at large. And I'll leave it there.
Merci beaucoup,
Thank you.
Mike. Merci. So are there any other?
Thank you very much.
Turn to council. So any questions from council? Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Thanks.
Councillor Léger. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
It's interesting how we get to these complex situations on projects that, first of all, are hugely important, but not necessarily always fully thought out. And it sort of repeats itself. And I understand the problem. So as I looked at what and heard what was said tonight, there are some concerns. So first thing that I'm questioning, and I guess I wish we were back in September, October, when we could have probably had, and that's what happens sometimes is discussions take place, and then by the time it shows up at here, maybe we could have done something in between. But it seems to me that, this project's over, I think it's over $500 million. Federal government have a lot invested in this. And it would surprise me that the federal government, with Dominic LeBlanc and Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor and others, couldn't have spoken to, and if asked, which they probably have not even been asked, to speak to the province and say, look, you know what, we have this project here and we need a ramp. We need to access that ramp. And legislation needs to change, just a temporary use. Because this is over $500 million that we're putting in the province of New Brunswick, let alone the Moncton area. And that's how it gets done. And so that's the first thing, because I would agree the amount of traffic that you're going to put on Church Street is huge. And I know Pomerleau are looking at the costs associated with this and the storage and so on. But this is way beyond just a quick decision tonight that says, oh, well, we're just going to do this and it'll suffice, at least in my mind. So until that's done, Minister LeBlanc has certainly a lot of invested in this project. And he certainly has a lot invested in the province of New Brunswick and is very in tune to residents' concerns and so on. So I think that would be the first thing. Quite honestly, and it doesn't happen at the bureaucratic level of DTI. It's not going to happen. And I mean, and we've got proof of that with MID that put a brand new industrial park, and they wouldn't allow a secondary exit that was needed for that park. And then finally they did under political pressure, not because of the fact that. And I understand it. I understand the limitations. So the first thing would be that before I'd even think we consider this, is we consider seeing what that option is and whether or not that's doable. Now, if that's not doable, then I think you also have to now look at the amount of traffic that is going to go onto Church Street. I'm surprised that there's only a stop sign. I mean. The sight lines aren't the greatest on Church Street when you come over the bridge and then you're down there. So leads me to believe that, we could be creating a really dangerous situation. So maybe can you address both of those? Because that's my frustration right now, that if there's political will, there could have been an out on the ramp. And it could have been a controlled access. We know it's temporary. We know that the changes in staff, occur at certain times. And why was that not explored, or is that just that's us to postpone it and get that answer?
Thank you for the question. I'll answer those 2 points, Conseiller Léger. First of all, difficult for us to really take position because, as you're aware, Wheeler Boulevard and so is Trans-Canada Highway is owned and maintained by NBDTI, New Brunswick Department of Transportation. So it's not even a department of the city, as you're aware. The request was made, and so I cannot, NBDTI is not here to defend their position. However, I can provide you my comments from an engineer point of view or a professional engineer point of view. When it comes to installing a driveway on a highway ramp, most of the time, if not 100%, it's going to be a hard no from a transportation engineering point of view. It's not about paperwork, with all due respect, it's about a safety concern. A highway ramp is about having cars accelerate and get onto the highway. So having a driveway there is a major safety concern. Again, I'm just trying here to set the scope for what NBDTI presented us. So as far as the impact to church and the location, I'll agree. We'll all agree. And Parmello put up a good point on it. Really stuck between a rock and a hard place. This is not an ideal location for that driveway. The alternatives were worse. There was a comment made that what about connecting directly to Fernand Landry or Lute Street or those side streets? That's even worse. Church Street is a collector street at least, and it's built for additional traffic, not so much these residential areas. The fact that the bridge is there it does create a bit of a sightline issue, which means that we're not in a position to put a speed hump in a blind spot. This is not what is recommended as per national guidelines, as per the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. So we're really limited to what we can do. And what we've suggested is put some driveway feedback sign that shows people's speed. We're putting a hidden driveway sign. We'll adapt. We'll see if there are additional measures that can be put up in place. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is the perfect location for a driveway. It's not. It's not. I'll be honest with you guys. It's not. But what are the alternatives? The alternatives are worse than what we've seen. So I hope I was able to clear some of these concerns here. Thank you.
Well, sort of yes and no. I mean, I understand that, the rationale with a driveway onto the ramp, but we're not talking about something that is going to be permanent. I look at going up to Quebec City and all of the similar situations happening on that road when they were building. So it's doable. If there's a will, there's a way. That might be better. I think it sort of shows to is it a surprise and maybe I'll ask the question to Parmello, is it a surprise when you plan this project, knowing full well what the complete build out is, that you didn't anticipate this was going to happen?
Good question, and thank you. So again, when we originally took the contract on, we did not have a design development done, only a schematic design. We did know and identify parking as a major risk when we were brought on. And we've been trying to work with PSPC over the last 3 or 4 years to come up with a solution for this. So we were brought on early knowing this was going to be an issue, and we had some time to try to figure out a solution. And as mentioned, we have looked at numerous solutions, none of which, including what we're proposing today, as you mentioned, are a truly great solution. So we're essentially picking the best of the worst solutions, which is to develop the property on Church.
Well, certainly it's not a great alternative, and I think we haven't fully explored whether or not there could be a temporary exit onto the ramp onto Wheeler that would take half of the traffic off of Church Street. The other half is going to is going to come through Church Street if this goes through, because you're only going to have half the it depends on the shifts and stuff. Would be certainly a better approach. And then the other piece is we say no, and then you find staging somewhere else, and that is the cost of the project. And maybe that is then maybe somebody pays attention and comes back and says, whoa, just a minute now. After all of this, maybe federal government talk to the province and maybe, okay, rather than we do that and stall the project, maybe delay it somewhat because of this, then we can come up with something else. But just simply the way this is, I feel that's not explored enough. And I don't blame you. I don't blame, it's the reality of, this is the best that we have in front of us, but I don't think it's the best that we could do. So anyway, I'll let others ask questions, and then I'll come back after if I have.
Sure, I just wanted to clarify, the request for the direct access to Wheeler was explored at the at NBDTI's level. This was brought to the district engineer, and that's where he came back with, it was just not a no, but it was also an explanation of why this was not permitted, and that was explained by Josh as well.
I'll let others, thank you, ask questions.
Conseiller Richard.
Merci, Madame Stereo. I think this question probably.
Councillor Richard, thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Since the discussion started, whose checkbox was it to fill to find a laydown area?
So it's not specifically solely with Pomerleau, but with the entire project team. So between us as the construction manager, the design team as the architect and project designer, and then PSPC as the ultimate client. So there's the three of us that are working in tandem to try to solve solutions or solve problems such as this. So it is a combined effort between the three main parties.
Nobody in particular had that checkbox to fill.
In terms of checking where staging, sure. So it is us to lead that exercise, as we're responsible for construction. We also are battling that with project budget requirements. So as mentioned, we could and explored at renting a lease space at UDM. So there's obviously space at UDM that's farther away. It could be leased for laydown space for the project, certainly. But what comes with that is, one, significant extension to your construction schedule. These are union trades who will now have to be shuttled to and fro the parking lot. A project, I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent here, but approximately $400 million, roughly half of that is labor, so $200 million. If you are losing 1 hour out of your 10-hour working day to park and commute, you're increasing your labor cost by 10%. That's a $20 million increase to the cost of the project. So that was explored and presented by us to the client and the project team, and largely for that reason, that item was not entertained. And that's just for the parking. Secondary of that is construction laydown. So we could also lease a space for laydown at UDM, for example. But then we are constantly bringing heavy equipment and materials to and fro. I'm using UDM just as the example, but to and fro to the active construction site at university. So that brings with it other complications, concerns, heavy equipment, constant traffic to and fro from the laydown space.
Yeah, and I understand the logistics of it. I mean, going back and forth doesn't make sense. Having it right close by makes sense. But we didn't start the project yesterday, so
no, of course.
Right? I mean, just it looks kind of funny. So again, no disrespect to yourself.
No, certainly.
And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Kingston.
Merci, Madame Maris.
And thank you, Your Worship.
Declan, and fellow councillors, it's if you can frame this, it's probably the largest short-term painful project maybe in the history of the city. It's Center City. When they did the Brenda Robertson Bridge to Riverview, major political traffic tie-ups as everybody took Gunningsville to get to MID, the industrial park. We were losing our minds for about a year and a half. East Main Street reconstruction, we'll soon face that on Main Street and St. George in the coming years. It's a tough one, as the gentleman from Pomerleau pointed out. Their project scope is greatly affected by this. I'm encouraged a little bit that the field reinstates to its current state once construction of the ASEC is completed. The field does not need to be reinstated again, as Josh mentioned on the conditions. Now, the former Moncton High has remained vacant since, and that means the criteria to develop the offsite parking lot on the former sports field have not been met. So the approval remains in effect today. It's a lengthy CRF, but things certainly jump out of the page at me. So it's a great discussion. Renee, you confirm that the engineers will not sign off on that Wheeler exit. And I'm just quoting you, you don't have to, and do a safety prospect. Its location is complicated. Church Street, I lived in Sunny Brae for a dozen years on Parkland Drive. I understand the area well. There is a speed bump presently at Marjorie. Is it enough? Probably not. Coming over the hill, there are challenges on that overpass over Wheeler. But again, just a complicated venture. But again, I'm trying to look at the bigger picture in terms of the absolute history of Moncton, and it is major short-term pain to get this project done in a timely manner. That's how I come in. Annoyances for sure, traffic tie-ups, yes, it's all coming, but it's not forever. And I take some solace in that on this project. But again, there's a lot of great conversations happening, and I appreciate the feedback from all the gentlemen here tonight. So just wanted to pass along my comments on that, and thank you. Merci, Madame Addis. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Maire. Merci à tout le monde qui a présenté. J'ai 4 questions. J'ai aucune.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to all who presented. I have 4 questions. I don't know who to ask them to, but I will ask them anyways.
In the public hearing or at the Planning Advisory Committee, raised the question of construction at 7 a.m.?
No, I believe you made that comment previously at introduction, but I've not heard anyone else comment on that.
Okay. Qu'est-ce qui arrive aux 400 quelques mille dollars si
What happens to the $400-some thousand if there are complications? Does it go back to the city? What do we do with that normally? In terms of the security of $430,000 is something that we will take before we give the construction permit. So it goes back to the city, and the city holds on to it until the land is reinstated, or if it doesn't need to be put back as it was if the conditions are met. When we have contracts to pave over roads or to have other construction projects, normally we involve a penalty if the construction timelines go beyond. So now we have an 8-year timeline. What happens if for one reason or another it lasted 9 years, 10 years? Would there be a penalty? We would have to come back to council with a new rezoning request, and at that time, council would determine if the request is acceptable or not. I noticed in your alternatives to your recommendation, the citizens raised some alternatives that are far more interesting than what your imagination allowed on that day, but that happens. So we have to decide to accept this, not accept it, or delay it. I find that very binary. It's either yes or no. There's no other alternatives to this. At the end of the day, I know that this is a big project and it has many impacts, but at the end of the day, there's a process in the Urban Planning Act. It's a rezoning matter. It's either yes or no, or we can delay, but that's really all it is. Okay. And then my final question, is there someone who can summarize what will happen over the next 8 years if we do this? So year 1, we do X, year 2, we do Y, year 3, 4, 5, 6, it'll be Z, and then year 8, it's cleanup. Can someone give us a high level timeline of what would happen?
Over the next 8 years. So
with
what's
a
your
focus
first
on
step then?
what would be the impact on the neighborhood and the residents nearby?
Sure, and apologies, en français, I'm not the strongest. I do have a colleague here that
We have translation if we need it.
Fantastic.
Your choice.
So in terms of, there will be short-term development to actually execute the construction. So it could be approximately 3 to 6 months to develop the field for temporary use. So that would be the installation of your underground drainage, your geotextiles, your gravel toppings. And then we'd have mobilization of subcontractor trailers. So that would also occur within that 3 to 6 month period. And then once there's also some lighting, fencing, trees, etc., everything that's included within the proposal.
So this would be done this year.
The intent would be done this year.
Okay, keep going. Thank you.
From there, then it's just active use. So we would, as part of the proposal, you'll see there's a construction roadway that would go through the current Vitality parking lot to the active construction site. So we would use that for the heavy equipment and material transport to keep off the public roads. But the remainder of the field, it would be contractor parking. So they'd be coming in and out off of Church Street and parking in the gravel area. And we would have, when equipment is showing or materials are showing up for the first time, ideally, we will try to bring them in most cases through University, through the ASEC site, through the temporary construction road to the temporary laydown here on Church. Very little equipment and heavy machinery would be actually accessing that space off of Church after that first initial 6-month development. So it would be really ongoing use for approximately 6 years. There will be a transition period between phases. So the way the ASEC project works, there's 2 distinct phases. Phase 1 is what you see being built at the moment. That's the science annex. It's scheduled for completion approximately 2 years from now. Once that's fully occupied or fully complete, the existing staff from the DFO building move into that annex. We demolish the existing DFO building that you see on the 343 University, and then we start phase 2. So during that transition period, we will be moving some key pieces at the front of the GFC. For example, you'll see the big Pomerleau trailer and some subcontractor trailers at the front. At the transition period between phases, so again, approximately 2 years from now, that infrastructure would be relocated to the field as well. So for this year, we'd have 3 to 6 months of development. That would just be steady use for contractor access and parking. And then at the transition period, in approximately 2 years, there'd be another 1 to 3 months of transition as we relocate some of the infrastructure from the front of the GFC to the field. And then for the remainder of the execution from 2028 to 2032 for phase 2 construction, it would go back to really standard contractor parking use as we continue to access all the heavy equipment, machinery, tools and equipment will come from the field through temporary access to the phase 2.
Okay, so year 8 you'd be cleaning up, or year 9?
Well, hopefully year 6.
Okay.
Per schedule, but there is year 8 in the event there's some delays of the project.
Okay.
Yeah, so approximately at the, let's say, worst case scenario, we take the full 8 years to execute the project. We do the reinstatement at the end of that.
Okay, merci. Ma dernière question, following one of your comments, so maybe I completely forgot about it, but we are demolishing that convent?
So there is a large heritage facade component. So I'm using demolishing very, very largely, but it is a requirement in our contract to dismantle the front facade stone by stone, clean them up with a heritage mason, and reinstate in the front facade. So you'll have a very similar look in the front of that building once it's complete.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Because red flags came up. Okay, merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Thank you.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman.
Thank you, Worship. Josh or Renee, or it doesn't matter. I guess it'd be Renee first. The on-ramp onto Route 15, I believe it is, right? Coming off of University Avenue.
Wheeler Boulevard, yes, correct.
Onto Wheeler, Route 15,
Yeah.
whatever it's called. In today's CRF, it showed a right in, and you talked to Department of DTI. Right in, but how do the cars get out if that was to move forward? Because if there's a right in coming off the ramp, let's say the province does move ahead for some reason, the cars are coming into the parking lot. How are they getting out? Because this is a right in only, according to CRF. There is no right out onto the ramp.
Yeah, I mean, this was a concept that wasn't really detailed or designed, but given that the ramp itself is a one-way direction, correct? It's going from University eastbound towards Dieppe, if you wish, the city of Dieppe. The only thing that could be allowed here, just from a flow point of view, would be a right in, right out.
Right in, right out. Okay.
Yes.
It's not the way it's shown from that public consultation that we had on site.
Yeah, this was
So
just
I'm just curious.
Yeah, that was just a sketch that was kind of provided.
Okay, because the
you know.
car's got to get out somehow.
Yeah, correct. So it would be a right in, right out. Again, not approved, but wouldn't be able to go the other direction on the ramp itself because it's a one-way ramp.
Okay, so let's focus on parking and getting traffic from the existing parking lot out, because that seems to be the concern. Going to Church Street seems to be a concern, the additional traffic.
Mhm.
As I look at Google Maps, and I was there that evening, and I didn't see it there when I was there, but I'm seeing it now. When you're looking at the existing DFO building, traffic's coming in off of University to the right, and they can still access that parking lot if you look at Google Maps. So has anybody looked, because that parking lot is here on Google Maps, it's by Wheeler. Then there's an additional long parking lot above it, and they're both accessible by University.
Mhm.
So I'm not sure if anybody can bring up Google Maps to look at what I'm talking about. I don't know if that actual long piece of parking was looked at to have a connection down to the lower parking field. Do we know if that was looked at? Because this would still keep traffic going on University. They turn in at the right side of the DFO building, which is accessible right now on Google Maps. And you can actually see the two parking lots. That one's higher than the other. One's almost next to Fernand Landry Street. So was there some, did anybody look at connecting those two parking lots together?
We did, and actually the final design does have some connection between what's currently the Vitality parking lot and that upper space. The issue is the phase 2 construction. It's not clear from the rendering, but there's underground parking that actually takes up essentially the entire footprint of that building. So that south entrance on DFO off of University gets removed as part of the phase 2 development.
So that's going to be eventually moved, which means that parking is going to be cut off as well?
Yeah. So the final parking entrance for the completed ASEC facility, because once both phases are complete, they form one building.
Right.
They're connected. It's at the north end of the of where construction is ongoing at the moment. That'll be the new permanent access. There will be an in and out and a bit of a roundabout for drop off area, but the current south access will be removed.
So where do you expect that additional parking to access Workspace? Are they going to be coming up Church Street as well to access the field?
No, so you're talking in the final design.
Well, on the south end, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get traffic like it's parking now from University, get it away from Church. But if you're telling me down the road, this parking lot is going to be closed as well, I guess I'm wasting my breath in even making the comment.
Yeah, now I will say the phase 2 design is not 100% complete. So I'm here to represent the construction manager. So the design team is still ongoing and I'll mention that to them. But currently at the 99% design package development, the phase 2 structure has 2 stories of underground parking. It'll be completely removed during construction.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
It's not what I was looking for as an answer.
I know.
I was kind of looking for that parking lot to join with the existing one while you did your north end construction so that we get people away from Church Street, which is what the citizens are worried about.
Yeah, I'll go on a bit of a tangent, but it's that south entrance is actually what we'll be using in the very, very immediate. So we'll be installing mass timber on phase 1 and closing the current, what we call the North Access Road, which is the road between the 2 phases. We will close that in about a month's time. And there will be a short, it'll only be closed for a couple of weeks. This is just a temporary piece of work, but we'll rely on that south entrance to access the parking lot in the meantime.
Okay, good. Thank you. I had to ask the question.
Of course.
It's very visible from up in the air, right? You don't really see it when you're on the ground. So I have another comment, Renee, if you don't mind. At the last time this came before council, I had made a request that you go back and look at the cost of the value of the land to reinstate it to the field. And I see that you upped that today, which is great.
Yep.
But in the recommendation, you say, and if I look at the recommendation, to a maximum amount of 430,000. Am I at this point allowed to modify that? Or do I have to wait for the motion? Because it shouldn't be to a maximum amount, it should be to $430,000. Because a maximum amount, up to a maximum amount could be $1, could be $2. I think what I'm trying to get through is this is going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah, so the reason why the maximum was put there, so there was a scope of reinstatement for the field that was provided to the city, done by an engineer, and our engineering team reviewed and agreed with the scope. Associated with that, there was a quote that was provided to show basically the reinstatement of the entire field. And that reinstatement of, if they use the entire field as a laydown area, That reinstatement cost would be the 347 plus the inflation adds up to
Right.
430. So that's the agreed upon cost for the entire field.
Okay.
There's a potential that Pomerleau is looking at it maybe impacting less footprint of the field. So maybe not impacting all of it, but just maybe a smaller footprint for the laydown area in which some areas would not be impacted. So in that case, they would provide a new quote for the area impacted and the security could be less, but it's still going to be based on a quote from a professional engineer for that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Now I understand.
Yeah.
When you said up to a maximum, I was assuming it was the entire field.
Yeah.
So
So
I wanted to make
430 is
sure
for the
that-
entire field, and we're clear on that.
Okay, good, perfect. And I do have a question on, in the recommendation, it states, and in your presentation, a 6-meter wide tree buffer that was brought forward. Why are we going only with 6 meters on this?
Yeah, and that's a bit of miscommunication between, I guess, the previous PAC approval and this. So the PAC approval requires the driveway to be 10 meters from that property line, and then the tree buffer is only 6 meters. So 6 meters, it was things were moving quickly, so we're just discussing with the applicant as to what was acceptable and feasible. But 6 meters is basically enough space for a stand of trees. So and that's essentially what's being proposed. So trees planted between the driveway and the property line there for those residences. So yeah, just something that was looked at between the applicant and the city in terms of determining what was appropriate there. But
So the trees will be planted on city property.
no, they'll be
So this
planted on
additional 6
applicant's-
meters will be
Yeah.
on,
Oh, yeah, on the
on the
field.
heritage property.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
And there's no way that the driveway can move an additional 4 meters or,
We've looked at that. I can let Paul speak to that maybe, but I think the driveway already at 10 meters from the property line is a challenge. Yeah.
we're talking a driveway here, just before you speak, is for people going to work, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So there is an issue right to where the curb cut is currently coming off of Church. If we had to, as a result of these discussions, push, I'd be interested to discuss the meters, but the road could be shifted slightly farther away from the property line, if required, as a requirement for an approval here. We'd have to look with the city and with Josh and team about the entrance. I don't want to overcommit on where the entrance is located, but certainly it could swing a little bit as we work our way up.
Okay, good. Thank you for that. I think Renee's probably going to talk about sight lines here shortly.
Yeah, I just want to add that as far as the driveway itself, engineering is not concerned where it is on their lot, but as far as the entrance where the driveway meets Church Street, it's very important that we have that driveway cut as far as possible from the bridge itself.
Okay.
And we're already kind of limited there, but I wouldn't recommend anything that would push the driveway entrance closest to the overpass bridge of Wheeler Boulevard on Church.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Those are the only questions I have at this point. I'm glad that I did ask them because I think some additional information came to light with regards to that upper parking lot connecting and knowing down the road that we're going to be looking at additional traffic along Church Street. So this should be truly noted. So thank you, Your Worship, for your time.
Merci, Conseiller Crossman. Are there any members of council who haven't spoken who wish to speak? If not, I will go to Conseiller Lejean.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse. Great to hear all the discussion. And it is really complex at this point. I have a few questions because I almost feel that I don't think anyone wants to slow the project down, but on the other hand, we want it to be done right. But in the meantime, something has to happen. You can't just stop. And that's, sort of where we are tonight. So if we were to move forward with what is presented to us tonight in a temporary fashion, a couple questions I have. First of all is, the diagram that shows, if you want to bring it up, it's the one that shows the yellow road around and then comes to a stop sign on Church Street, and it shows all the staging on the field. If you could bring that one up.
Looking at Justin now. There we go. Thanks, Justin. This one?
Yeah, that one there. Yeah. Okay. So what is the material going to look like that is going to be on that road? What is the road going to be composed of? Is it gravel? Is it chip seal?
Sorry, the road in Orange?
Yes.
Asphalt.
So it's going to be fully asphalted.
Yes, because that's Vitalite staff that will use that road. So in our discussions with them, that's a hard requirement of theirs.
Okay. All right. I will ask staff, I guess, why a stop sign and not a light? When you have so many cars that are going to exit, why could we consider putting a traffic light there that would allow traffic then to safely move in either direction? Because people are going to, unless you're telling me that when you get to the stop sign, I believe you're going to be, you'll be able to turn left.
Yes. So
that will be unsafe.
So a few points there. The driveway at the curb cut, and Pomerlo will confirm, but is wide enough for 3 cars. So basically, one a driveway coming in, and then basically a car who wants to turn right onto Church, and one who wants to turn left onto Church. Because we're expecting delays for people wanting to turn left onto Church at that location. So just to confirm, yeah, perfect.
Right. But
the-
wouldn't a light be safer? Because the light that's at the Dumont now has made it a lot safer for people. It slows things down, right?
Yeah. So the traffic signals, so traffic lights or traffic signals, we'll call them. 2 reasons why it wasn't recommended. One is there was a traffic impact study that was done by an independent consultant for this. And based on the volume, it's not warranted as per the traffic volumes. What they're saying is that, yes, there will be delay during peak times. However, it's not warranted as per the volumes that's there. The second thing is down to the sight lines. So it's a bit contradictory here, but imagine you're coming up a hill, going up a blind hill basically, and then a few meters down after that, you have a traffic signal. So again, it goes back to the national standards. I'm going to quote the TAC, Transportation Association of Canada, guidelines. You cannot put or they don't recommend putting a traffic signals where there's not ample sight distance for a driver to see that said signal. And this is the situation here. As you're coming up the hill and down the hill and you're faced with a signal, you have not a lot of stopping distance or time to react. So those are the 2 key findings from that traffic impact study. Again, that was done by a consultant.
Wouldn't there be a greater, so if you can't put a traffic light because of the fear that you don't see it and you won't have enough time to stop, why is it any different from a person that wants to turn left and you don't see him or her either?
So again, what we're trying to do here is make sure we meet national standards when it comes to traffic safety. And what we're proposing is do more traffic calming. But again, if you look at traffic calming and, for instance, speed humps that we see further down on Church Street, if you look at the slopes that are there and the sight distance, it's not recommended to put a speed hump in a blind hill for the same reasons that it's not safe to put a traffic signal. Again, when I started my comment, I said it feels a bit contradictory because you're having sightline issues. You want people to slow down. In the other sense, from a safety point of view, there's limited things that we can do to actually do that. So what we're proposing is, again, a driver feedback sign that says, here's your speed, a hidden driveway sign. Rumble strips have been proposed in the past in other areas. They're not recommended when it's close to homes, however, for the noise. So we're really limited with the choices here. Technically, we wouldn't have an intersection there, but here's the reality we're faced with. So again, stuck between a rock and a hard place. We want to make sure we don't put additional measures there that could even be more dangerous from, again, a sightline point of view being the major issues here.
But I think the problem that we have is that in normal circumstances, you never have the situation that we have. The only reason we have that exit on Church Street proposed is the fact that we need to accommodate the building that's being built on University.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, for all the standards that you have, the standards in some ways don't really apply here because normally you wouldn't be putting an entrance near a blind spot.
Yeah, well, in all due respect, whether it's a temporary situation or permanent situation, the national standards for our or safety, road safety standards apply. So PAC TAC doesn't recognize between a temporary situation or a permanent one.
Did you look at making it a right turn only when you leave the site?
We did not, engineering did not do the study. Again, it was a consultant. So I'd have to look back at the study.
Would it be safer if you just said right turn?
If it was basically becomes a choice of the, personally, if I see a lot of traffic on whether it's Mountain Road, I'm trying to make a left turn, like I'll do a right turn. That's a choice, right? Same thing here. There might be during non-peak hours, there might be ample time and ample gaps to make a left turn there. So we do not want to prevent that. It becomes a choice of the motorist, depending on the time of day, depending on the traffic that is there.
My fear is that we're going to have accidents there, and my fear is that there's going to be real safety concerns there. And here we are talking about all that, but that's my fear. And I'd be very surprised, knowing the speeds that come across up at bridge and stuff that we don't see. We could even see a fatality if we're not careful on how we do stuff. So that's why, at least if you got to do this, then try not to create a situation where two vehicles will crash into one another because of the fact that one's trying to turn left and the other one's coming towards them. Okay, and how many cars do you anticipate leave at a shift on this road?
I'll have to flip to the CRF report here. We do have
Can
some
you make
data in
that
there.
public just so that
Yeah.
there's a better perspective?
So the study indicated that the existing parking lot generates about just over 1,000 vehicle trips per day.
Yeah.
Just over 200 morning peak hour trips. So in that peak hour morning, which is typically 7 to 8 or 7:30 to 8:30, and about 150 in the afternoon peak hour.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that is the data that is available in the council rep.
Okay. Would it be possible to, if this was approved this evening, this isn't great, but if it was approved this evening, that we don't give up on the right in, right out off the ramp to see if that, and in anticipation, and I say that truthfully, in anticipation that this doesn't work very well, and that we find ourselves in a situation where, people say, told you so, as we move forward.
Certainly, from my perspective, what I've seen is the legislation and the documents that supported the negative answer from NBDTI, from an engineer point of view. That's really all I can do on my part. If this wants to move any further, my recommendation, it would have to be brought up some sort of another level, if you wish. But what I've seen, again, from the legislation, from an engineer point of view and safety point of view, it was a hard no.
Okay. All right.
Before we go any further, I think it's important to update where we are in the public
Consultation?
in the
Hearing?
process, okay, so that we don't, perhaps Nick, you can explain.
Thank you. So we've had the opportunity for members of the public to speak. So now this is the chance for council to ask questions of the proponents or staff. So I see Mr. Roy standing up. I'm not sure if you were just stretching your legs or if you wanted to speak again, but we're kind of past that point of the public hearing.
I just think it's important for us to recognize something.
Well, we're already past the point for public to speak.
It'll be 2 seconds. We've talked a lot tonight about the vehicle traffic. That corridor presents a very substantial pedestrian traffic area. My biggest concern right now is not the accident that's going to happen between the 2 vehicles.
May as well come to the mic because
It's not the accident that's going to happen between 2 vehicles when people are strapped in and they're protected by their 2,000-pound vehicles. It's with the coming and going and the extra traffic that's going through that corridor. And it is one of the key corridors leading to Besborough or to Sunny Brae. And it's one of the key corridors leading to the university. And there's lots, believe me, I look out my kitchen window, I see it every day. Dozens and dozens of people walking along that corridor. And if there's no light or no management at that new driveway, those people are all being put into harm's way. And you're right, it's only a matter of time.
leave it at that.
Privilege, please. Clarify one point that was
No,
not
I'm sorry.
properly-
This is not the
I
time for
spoke
the
to
public to
the
speak.
city
This-
manager about this at the public hearing. And we talked about, it's on page 46. I'll be 1 minute. It's one point. I just want to clarify it. The engineer did not clarify it properly. It's about the on-ramp. And I talked to Serge, Mr. Melanson, the city manager, about it at the public hearing. Has not come out. And
Mark, may I interrupt you for a moment? We have a process that we follow, and we've given everyone an opportunity to speak. So please respect where we are. We've been at this for over 2 hours, and we have to follow the process. So the public is no longer allowed to speak. It's up to council at the moment. I have Conseiller Léger and I have Conseiller Richard who wish to speak. Donc, c'est tout. Là. Moi, Conseiller Léger, vous continuez? Conseiller Richard. Conseiller Richard, s'il vous plaît. Voulez-vous lui allumer son micro?
Councillor Leger, Councillor Richard, could we please turn his mic on, please?
Merci, Madame Stereo. René.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Spoke about TAC many times, and I hope we continue those conversations. But when I leave the Avenir Center and I come to City Hall, I hit 2 set of lights before going underneath the CN rails. Can we do the same thing on that bridge? Can we put a second set of lights at the top? Oh, no mic on. Oh, don't press it too often.
Can you turn it back on, Justin? Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for the question. So that would be called like an advanced signal, probably is what you're referring to have that. There's a possibility, again, like engineering did not do that traffic study. I don't have to go back and talk to the consultant and see what their recommendations are. And keep in mind as well, this is, we talked about Wheeler Boulevard being DTI owned and operated, which we have really limited rights to. Same thing with all the overpasses. So if we're talking about an infrastructure on that bridge, that would have to be vetted through NBDTI as well. Just want to note that as well.
So it's not ruled out.
I cannot rule it out now because, again, we did not do the study.
Yep.
It's consideration like another. We would have to go back to the consultant and, again, involve DTI, involve our own traffic engineer as well, just for their comments. But again, the main reason why the traffic signal was not was not proposed is that the traffic study came out and it wasn't warranted just from a traffic flow point of view and just from a traffic volume point of view. Sorry.
And I brought up the traffic signals on the first time we talked about this. If we don't see any traffic signals, I'm really scared for the safety of the people. Cars, like was mentioned, cars that you're strapped in and airbags and stuff. But people that are walking and people that are not going to stop and people that are going to try to roll out on the left. Oh, I can make it, no problem. And people around it. So I can't vote for this. I can't move forward with this if we don't add some lights there.
Okay.
I don't know if it's something that we should be postponing eventually or something to get some more information. I find there's been a lot of questions, but.
And I cannot stand here and guarantee that a traffic engineer will put his stamp on those traffic signals. Again, because it wasn't warranted from a volume point of view. That there was also some comments and consideration about the poor sight lines. So no guarantee there either that someone would again put their stamp and have that there.
Right, and I mean the poor sight lines. If we have that set of lights that are warning them in advance, same as when you're going underneath the tracks on Main, might be some wiggle room there. I hope so. I hope we see some lights presented here soon because it's not. I'm just scared for the people. I'll see.
Conseiller Léger.
Merci, Madame la Mairesse.
Councillor Leger. Thank you, Your Worship.
Paving the road, all that stuff and to give me a better feel for
Sure, sure. So if you're talking the orange access road off of Church,
Yeah.
so our intent to instate that would be ASAP as soon as we're able to get a hopeful approval to do so.
Mhm.
That road is only actually used for phase one, so it would be closed in early 2028 when phase one is handed over. That is when the new access off of University Avenue is reinstated. And I forget who asked the question, but I may have misrepresented it when you asked about the final design. So the final design has there's no access off of Church in the permanent design of this building. It's
Right.
just off of University Avenue. It's just during construction where that south entrance is completely removed.
So when would traffic start to flow from the parking lot to Church Street and from Church Street to the parking lot? Like when will that start flowing? It's for staff.
Sorry, just to clarify, between the
orange lines.
So we would, if we get approval, the intent would be to install that this spring and to start to move traffic on it as early as this summer.
Okay, so you would do it this spring.
Yep.
So then, in light of that, then what would stop us, and maybe that's a question to engineering and to others, would be if you intend to do this spring, I certainly won't support it with a stop sign. We need to do much better than that. And I don't think that it's unreasonable to think, and if we need 2 sets of traffic lights, then so be it. In other words, you make that worst scenario possible as best as you possibly can, then I would be okay with that in terms of it's kind of a catch-22. I mean, you need to start in the spring. So if we postponed it 2 weeks, could engineering come back and say, yes, we can do lights there, or this is what this can look like, so that we minimize the risk that somebody gets hurt at that intersection. And if that was the case, then it wouldn't push it back much, and it would allow then for us to have done our due diligence. A stop sign there and turning left isn't going to cut it.
Again, the comment I made to Conseiller Richard is I cannot stand here today and guarantee that a transportation engineer, whether it's the city or a consultant, will put their stamp on that location for a traffic signal.
So could we postpone it for 2 weeks?
Yes.
And then would you think you would, if we wanted to, and could you think that we could get an answer and then be at least have all of the information to be able to move forward with a decision one way or the other?
In 2 weeks, possibly. Sounds a little tight, but possibly. And an alternative that was also discussed was the ride-in, ride-out only at Church and prevent the left turn. That is something that is, regardless, I guess, of the traffic signal analysis, is something that could be done to appease some of the concerns. What may happen then, we would probably see some people obviously turn right instead of turning left from the driveway, but then maybe making a U-turn or turning into the Moncton High School to head the other direction. So that's just something we see a lot when, right in, right out.
First thing to deal with, I think, would be the easiest one to deal with, first of all, would be the traffic signals, and it would be great later on. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, I agree that the project's already underway. Mm-hmm. It's going to inconvenience people. I understand that. It's not great. It's unfortunate that things like that don't get all planned out before, but I understand that that's the world we live in. And but at least having that, because you made 2 comments. You made a comment when you talked about the traffic study. You talked about it talked about the flow and the volume. I'm concerned about the safety. Mm-hmm. And that is, to me, much more important. So the flow might be somewhat not a concern, and the volume, well, it's 200 cars, not a great concern, but the safety piece is a huge concern. Mm-hmm. And if that doesn't get captured, that's where we need to be. So I would feel comfortable moving a motion to postpone, bringing it back in 2 weeks at our next public session of council, and hopefully looking at the addition of traffic signals to so that people can turn left and turn right, but feel safe doing either way. And then that way, at least you're breaking the traffic into 2 directions.
And again, as an alternative, maybe it's not part of the same motion or not, but it's if
you can explore
to the traffic signal, the right in, right out option. I'm just trying to
certainly on the table. And the more we can do to make this smoother, the better we would be. So absolutely. And it's not a question of slowing down the project. It's about trying to be prudent, safe, realizing that it's really disruptive to the neighborhood. I understand that. And there's no easy way to do this. So that would be the motion then. If somebody else will support it for 2 weeks and we come back with more information and make a decision.
Go ahead, Conseiller Bourgeois. Comment? J'ai rien compris.
Richard, oui.
Il a fait une motion
Oui.
pour faire to
Ok.
postpone.
Pour 2
And
semaines.
then it's
Tu veux
non-debatable.
l'appuyer, la motion, Daniel?
Je pense que c'est Richard. Je pense que c'est
Ah,
Richard.
Conseiller Richard. OK, c'est bon.
Would you like to support the motion? I think Councillor Richard is seconding the motion. I'd like to specify something. You go ahead, Councillor Bourgeois. So the next meeting is in 3 weeks, April 7th. Councillor Léger is right. So it gives you 1 more week.
Est-ce que ça compte?
May we ask a question to Pomerleau? Does it make things more complicated for them? The way I see it, my colleague, Councillor Kingston, explained to us all the challenges that we experienced with Main Street, the bridges and all that. We built Von Harvey. All of that is creating inconveniences, but are we ready to endanger a project of this scale because it's going to inconvenience us? So, Mr. Pomerleau, could you please provide a response? Is 3 weeks feasible? Is it possible to obtain an answer?
There's no conversation.
No, postposer.
So
Postposer.
we all have questions that we want to ask, but we're not allowed to ask.
Yeah, that's true. So,
A motion to
question.
postpone is non-debatable.
It's not, right? So we follow the policy,
So, allez-y, on passe au vote.
procedure, bylaw.
Yep.
On passe au vote.
Let's move on. Moving on to the vote, please.
Postpone. Okay.
2 votes contre Monique Leblanc et conseillère.
2 votes against Monique Leblanc and Councillor Thériault. The motion passed.
The next item is a subdivision, Emerson Park, New Street and street reconfiguration. Go ahead, Paul.
I'm going to give Josh a break.
I think we all need a break.
We all need a break for sure. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Administration has received an application for subdivision from NBIMC Realty Corp. The application proposes to create new streets and lots for the Emerson Park subdivision. The subject property is in Ward 2, and it's bound by Von Harvey Boulevard and Millennium Boulevard, and as you see outlined in red, it's located on the northwest side. Current zoning on the property is business and technology in the blue, and the pinkish salmon color is suburban commercial. The purpose of the tentative plan is to create 2 new building lots, extend Intercolonial Way, and to create Roundhouse Road. As well, there'll be a 5-meter public utility easement around all the streets, Von Harvey, Boulevard, Millennium, etc. The land for public purposes was already previously donated way back when this was all done. We got the ball fields, the soccer field, the area for the fourplex. So there's no more land for public purposes required for this project. The the rejigging of the property comes with this map shown here. The white is what was originally brought forward to council many years ago. And as part of the detailed design for the actual site works, the right-of-way alignment on Intercolonial Way and Ocean Limited Way was going to be adjusted to better align with the proposed Barker Street Ocean Limited Way intersection. That's shown here on this plan. The modification actually eliminates a second closely spaced intersection, resulting in a more conventional intersection arrangement at that location, and it improves the overall intersection spacing and traffic control efficiency. The developer provided a traffic study, which engineering reviewed and signed off on. The study recommends adding infrastructure on Intercolonial Way to better support non-automobile travel, such as walking, cycling, and transit uses. It also proposes installing traffic signals at the intersection of Millennium Boulevard and Intercolonial Way. This will be at the developer's cost. Finally, it recommends a right-in, right-out access to Von Harvey Boulevard. That will be where the future Roundhouse Road is actually going to be located. The Intercolonial Way and Roundhouse Road will be constructed in accordance with the city's urban collector primary street classification. This means the street will have sidewalk on one side and a multipurpose trail on the other. That helps to address those conditions out of the traffic study. Upon completion, these links will provide a new connection and alternate route for the surrounding neighborhood that will help to improve the network redundancy in the area and help with emergency egress and access for the broad area, including the Victory Industrial Park. The Planning Advisory Committee recommends that Moncton City Council assent to the extension of Wa Intercolonial Way as a public street and assent to the creation of Chemin Roundhouse Road as a public street, subject to the following conditions. That prior to the issuance of a development permit for either the grocery store or the CRUA, the commercial retail unit, the traffic signal contribution will be paid to the city. As well, a normal condition with subdivisions that street and services are to be designed and acceptable to the engineering department and constructed in accordance with the subdivision development procedure standards and guidelines. Thank you. Any questions?
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce que je peux avoir, conseiller Bourgeois, vous voulez...
Thank you very much, Councillor Bourgeois.
I will move the recommendation minus the second assent. I do not see the wisdom of Roundhouse Road, but maybe the discussion will change my mind. But for now, my motion is everything else. I'm okay with the project itself. There's something about Roundhouse Road that just doesn't sit well with me, but I'll move that.
So do I have a seconder with that amendment? No, I don't. Non, il n'y a personne. Donc,
Nobody wants to second the amendment.
non.
Pas maintenant.
Donc, do I...
Councillor Bourgeois, you second the motion? Not right now, thank you. Councillor Leblanc does. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Maire. Make it make sense to me, because
Thank you, Mayor.
and an exit ramp onto Millennium. So it's not much of a detour to go 50, 60 more meters and then 40 meters on Millennium to get into the property. Most people, if they do have to be in so much of a rush that they have to go in and out so fast, it's not that much of a detour because the coffee house is probably going to be close to that corner, right?
Close to the Millennium and Intercolonial Way corridor.
Yeah.
Corner.
So it's not, I mean, really, to build that infrastructure with the right in, right out just for 16 seconds of driving?
It just provides more access to the development there and further access, from an emergency standpoint into the further area. If something happens up on, can't remember what the name of the street is up above, but something happens up there, it provides another quicker access into that area. I don't know if Renee has anything else to really add to it. It came out of the traffic study, the recommendation that we.
Well, that argument is pretty good. So that would have been nice. Okay.
Sure. Just to add, and simply put, it provides the access off of Von Harvey. And so it basically avoiding cars to go onto Millennium, keeping it on the busier road, which is Von Harvey. The right in, right out definitely provides I guess, an efficient way to get in and out of that development without affecting the neighborhood, the adjacent streets.
Ouais, non, je comprends. Donc, les gens qui viennent de la rue Maine, par exemple.
So the people coming from Maine. will have to make a left turn at the lights. People coming from John Street will have to go straight because they won't have access to the right in or right out. So the only access is from Mountain Road. Yes, it's only one access, but when we had access like this, it creates traffic dispersal, which is a good thing and which is a positive for the development of this neighborhood. Convincing me. Thank you, Your Worship. Are there any other questions? Seeing none.
Yeah, thank you. How soon do you think? When
Councillor Léger.
construction?
They want to start construction this year. So
Okay.
as soon as basically the allowances, we get the engineering design drawings and get certain agreements drawn up and signed, they'll be into starting construction as soon as possible.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Merci.
S'il n'y a pas d'autres questions, nous allons passer au vote. Donc,
If there's no other questions, let's move on to the vote. Electronic vote.
motion carried
Thank
unanimously.
you.
Conseiller Richard.
Councillor Richard. That's it.
Les exposés des membres du conseil, puis je vois qu'il y en a deux, conseiller Richard, conseiller Bourgeois.
There are two, one from Councillor Richard and one from Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship.
Support can accomplish when people come together for a meaningful cause. Me and Charlene met Tate's mom at a Moncton Wildcats game between periods. They had a booth. I was able to chat with Tate's mom again recently, and I just wanted to bring this important event information forward. This year's event on February 22nd raised an amazing $30,202 with hundreds of people in attendance. Families and community members gathered to enjoy a wonderful morning filled with skating, snacks, a silent auction, and watching Team Canada compete for the gold medal together. The atmosphere was full of energy, generosity, and community spirit. The excitement actually began the night before when Tate's family participated in the official puck drop at the Moncton Wildcats game. That moment helped bring significant awareness to the work that Skate for Tate does and allowed them to share their mission with even more people across our region. For those who may not be familiar, Skate for Tate started in 2024 after 5-year-old Tate Hughes passed away. Supporting local families who have children playing hockey but may be facing financial barriers. The funds raised go directly toward helping families with registration fees, travel expenses for tournaments, and essential hockey equipment and gear. Hockey and all sports are such an important part of our culture and community. This, and in partnership with Open Ice for Kids, helps ensure that more kids have the opportunity to participate, build fresh friendships, and experience the joy of the game that Tate loves so much. Events like this remind us how strong our community truly is, the generosity, getting late, of volunteers, sponsors, donors, and everyone who attended made this success possible. I love the hashtag Tate Power. It shows how Tate's strength and power continues to grow through hockey families and others. On behalf of Craig, Talia, and Austin, they extend a sincere thank you to the community for continuing to support local families and helping keep kids on the ice. And a special thank you to Tate. Merci.
Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame la Maire. J'aimerais rendre
Councillor Bourgeois, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to honor Hector Cormier. He was born in Moncton and he died on March the 9th at the age of 89 and is known for his education in his teaching, his career in education. He taught in Dieppe. He taught at Harrison Trumbull High School and Vanier School. He contributed to the establishment of the Francophone school district in Moncton. He wrote a book about the establishment of the school district number 15 during the 3-year break in the 50s. He directed the Acadia Society and he helped set up the New Brunswick Acadia Society. He also worked on developing the association of Seniors in Moncton and the Association of Francophone Teachers. Hector was a great Monctonian. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois. Thanks for honoring Hector Cormier.
Recommendations from the private meeting of March 9th, 2026. There are three recommendations coming out of this meeting. Moncton City Council at its private meeting of March 9th, 2026 reports that the agenda for the private meeting of that date was adopted and recommends the following: that the city enter into an interim new 911 Public Safety Answering Points PSAP agreement effective April 1st, 2025, and the amending agreement 2024-2025 with the province of New Brunswick, the city of Dieppe, and the town of Riverview, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute all necessary documents and affix the corporate seal thereto. The backgrounder on this is since 2024, all 6 provincial public safety answering points, PSAPs, have been negotiating a new 911 service agreement with the government of New Brunswick. The Kodiak Regional Policing Authority historically signed this agreement on behalf of Moncton, Dieppe, and Riverview. During the most recent negotiation cycles, GNB advised that going forward, municipalities themselves must sign the agreement and not the CRPA.
I have a mover and a seconder. Conseiller Kingston, would you move the recommendation? Conseiller Leblanc, would you second? C'est bon, merci. Are there any questions from council? I don't see any, so we will go to electronic vote. Thank you. Motion carried unanimously.
The next recommendation out of that meeting is that Moncton City Council approve the proposed expansion of Downtown Moncton Centre-Ville Inc. Enviro Team services to enhance bylaw support services within the BIA and designated gateway areas. The City of Moncton's bylaw enforcement team has experienced an increased demand for cleanliness-related responses. Since its inception, DMCI's Enviro Team has complemented city operations through proactive waste collection and beautification efforts. To alleviate pressure on the city resources, DMCI is proposing a targeted expansion of services under a defined framework. The service will further enhance the city's effort in keeping the city clean.
Merci. Conseiller Jean, do you wish to move? Could I have a seconder?
Thank you, Councillor Richard. You want to move the motion, and Councillor Crossman seconds the motion.
See, motion carried unanimously.
The
00763516 to be disposed of for $1 to Moncton Community Residents, Inc., and to direct administration to work directly with Moncton Community Residents, Inc. in order to bring a development plan and agreement of purchase and sale with any necessary conditions back to council for approval no later than July 31st, 2026. The backgrounder on this city council received a presentation at a public meeting of June 16, 2025 from Moncton Community Residents, Inc. concerning an affordable housing and inclusion project. They requested the city's support for land and for pre-construction funding, as well as be collaborative partners in building housing for Moncton's most vulnerable. At the March 9th private meeting of council, Councillor Bourgeois put forward a motion to grant the subject land to Moncton Community Residents, Inc.
So, Conseiller Bourgeois, you wish to move that recommendation? Conseiller Léger, second. Donc, any questions on that? If not, we will go to the vote, electronic. Thank you. Motion carried unanimously.
Next are reports from administration, les rapports de l'administration. 10.1 Tender TCS 26007, patching of asphalt concrete paving Zone A. The motion before council this evening is that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award tender TCS 26007, patching of asphalt concrete pavement Zone A to the lowest bidder meeting the terms and conditions and specifications set out in the tender being Modern Construction 1983 Limited for the total tendered price of $1,106,144.75, including HST at 15%, and that the deputy mayor and city clerk be authorized to execute a legal agreement between the city and the successful bidder and to affix the corporate seal thereto.
Merci. Conseiller Richard, will you move that recommendation? Oui, Conseiller Kingston, will you second? Any questions? If not, we will go to the vote. Is this electronic?
Yep.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
10.2, a tender TCS 26008, patching of asphalt concrete paving Zone B. Motion before council this evening is that Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award tender TCS 26008, patching of asphalt concrete pavement Zone B to the lowest bidder, meeting the terms and conditions and specifications set out in the tender being MacArthur's Paving for the total tendered price of $1,130,133.75, including HST at 15%, that the deputy clerk and that the deputy mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute a legal agreement between the city and the successful bidder and to affix the corporate seal thereto.
Merci. Conseiller Richard, do you wish to move? Merci beaucoup. Conseiller Redge, would you second that? C'est bon. Merci. Donc, conseiller... Oh, tu as une question?
Une question très vite.
I have a quick question.
Just for the record, hopefully when the contract is, I noticed that University Avenue is on this, and there's a very problematic area at the bottom, almost right in front of the entrance to the front parking at the hospital, and it tends to break up every year, and so I just wanted to ask that maybe you guys look at it. It may be that there's a failure in that particular spot because you patch it, it does a great job, and then it breaks up all over again. It's been doing that for the last 3 years. So if you wouldn't mind putting that on your possible list, that would be great, especially where it's so busy and probably getting worse now because of all of the truck traffic.
It will definitely be on our list for sure.
Appreciate it.
Merci. So if there are no further questions, we'll go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next is another tender. This one's for utility cuts. Motion before council this evening is the Moncton City Council approve administration's recommendation to award tender TCS 26009 utility cuts, the lowest bidder meeting the terms and conditions and specifications set out in the tender being Birch Hill Construction Limited for the total tendered price of $732,435, including HST at 15%, and that the deputy mayor and the city clerk be authorized to execute a legal agreement between the city and the successful bidder and to affix the corporate seal thereto.
Merci. Conseiller Crossman, would you move that recommendation? Conseiller Leblanc, merci. So, any questions? No? On va aller au vote. Conseiller Bourgeois.
Merci, Madame le Maire.
Councillor Bourgeois, yes, Your Worship. I have a feeling that the question is either for Alexandre or Helen. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've noticed that in the two previous contracts, the amounts of the submissions were a little bit higher than the estimate. Whereas for this contract, the amounts that were submitted are slightly lower than the estimate. Do we already have an idea of price changes from year to year? Is this an inflation issue? Is there an issue here? Is everything okay? You don't have any red flags waving? I can say it in English as well.
10.2, we're significantly above the engineer's estimates, but this one, for a different matter, of course, but are significantly lower than the engineering estimates. Is it because the price of certain goods have gone up significantly while others haven't? Or can you have an explanation? Or are we looking at a significantly costlier a year this year than what we had anticipated?
Great question, Counselor. So when we put together the engineer estimate, this they're based upon what we anticipate for inflation, and we also anticipate the quantity of tonnage we're going to put out. So the bids go out accordingly. The first two came in fairly close to what we anticipated. Now the third one, which is more of a fall tender, the competition could have been different. We're not sure the dynamics of the market that time of year. So your observation that they were actually under our engineer estimate, there's many factors that caused that. The contractors might have felt the type of work is good for their fall activities. And I know this company has acquired another asphalt company in the region, so that might be a factor. But overall, these things sort of work over the whole year's project of repairing the roads, whether it's utility work, wastewater and wastewater, or ourselves. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. It's just the market. There was good level of competition, which is good to see. And so we base our estimates based upon the previous, and hopefully they're close to what the market is going to react to. But this one here worked in our favor, obviously.
Yeah, and I think these are the first contracts for the summer. So probably halfway through with the new council coming in, there'll be an update about whether or not the estimates are overall balancing out, or if there's a significant trend as we had 2 or 3 years ago with inflation just going beyond what our estimates were. So we'll wait for the financial picture after 6 months to see if there's anything to panic. I
Fair
thank
question,
you
fair
for the answer. Merci, Madame la Maire.
Any other questions from members of council? If not, we will go to the vote. Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
The next item is 10.4, Borrowing Board Application Operation Center Facility Master Plan. The motion before council today is that Moncton City Council approve the resolution for the application to the New Brunswick Municipal Capital Borrowing Board for the remaining total authority of $6,900,000 to support the construction of a new warm storage facility in Wash Bay.
Merci. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Conseil Léger, Conseil Kingston. Any questions? If not, we'll go to the vote. Il y a une question? Allez-y.
The question, go ahead, Councillor.
$6.9 million building, I guess. Have we seen this as council? I know it came a couple of years ago, but I haven't seen anything most recently other than today's recommendation.
Yes, Councillor. So what's happened is we had to reevaluate a strategy on what we're going to do at the center for facility storage, and obviously the yard itself for dust mitigation and all those components that were part of the original review. So we have come up with a tender package to go to market, which is more or less replacing the existing warm storage facility, which is circa 1965. I think we've all seen that. It is a larger facility to match today's complement of equipment and demands and growth for the city we've experienced since that building was built. So what we'll do is basically when we go to market, we'll return to council with a recommendation to award, but also at that time review what the new building looks like. It's more or less an open space design. They're using a pre-engineered design, which is similar to a hockey rink. It's all prefab, so we can build it on site. Open space, very limited use except for just equipment storage at this time, right? But we will obviously have to put that together as a presentation if we do come back with a recommendation to award a tender.
Okay, so the resolution says to approve to approve the resolution for application to the New Brunswick Municipal Capital Borrowing Board for the remaining total authority of 6.9 million. But we don't have a design yet. I understand what you said. It's a cookie cutter.
We do have a full package designed, ready to go to market.
Ready to go to market, but council hasn't seen the final version yet. Is that
No, not the final version. It's like you say,
what you're putting to market? We haven't seen.
No. Okay. But it was based upon what we felt we could work within the original scope of prices we had developed in 2022, right? And we quickly recognized we had to go to the most economical version of build, which was the pre-engineered structure, and also look at what could fit on our site and match what our needs are. So there was it was a lot of work on it over the last year of looking at different options to obviously keep the cost within our limits. There was some also concerns. We wanted to make sure we had that wash bay capacity, but at this time, with the original 10 million target, we just didn't have it. So that's why we're asking for a little more authority. But the logic of this is we have some authorities that were in place that have expired or elapsed, because after 2 years, if you don't use the authority, it will basically expire on you. So we need to go back, make an application to the borrowing board by April 1st. Then we go to a board hearing and go through that process to get authority to finance the $6.9 million. But during that time, we can still go to market and start the tender process. And then hopefully by the first meeting of the new council on June 15th, that's when we'll show what the package looks like and what the prices we have received. And at that point in time, council can make a decision whether to proceed or not, right?
Okay, and in that presentation, just so I'm clear, will you also include the $350,000 additional impact on the budget that's in our CRF? Because here it says financial, it says the additional authority required for this project will impact future budgets by approximately $350,000 for the next 10 years. So will that be included in your 6.9 million, or we're talking future budgets are going to be affected by 350,000 for the next?
I think it's best for Jacques to answer
for the
that.
next 10 years. I'm just curious if we know what projects, Jacques, that may be put on hold.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Crossman. It's not necessarily that, and maybe it's my wording in the finance section, that the 350,000 represents the additional cost of the additional bonding.
The bonding.
Yeah. So
sorry, it says additional operating cost.
No. It's just the additional cost of the bonding. So basically, that's what it will cost on the lapsed authority. So it's things that, for the most part, was always budgeted. So let's not forget, one of the important things with this project is that there is, I believe, hold on, I just want to, so there's already been around 3.2 million. So council had approved the master plan of the op center refurb. And one of the things that did occur, and if it wasn't for that, we would have had to come for additional authority, but not necessarily the 6 million. So there's 4.2 million of borrowing authority that just expired because it wasn't used in 2 years. So really, if you look at it from a pure perspective, we're coming for 6.9. So the difference that we're talking about today in this decision is the 6.9 minus the 4.2. What that does, the 6.9 for the minus 4.2, there's two reasons for that. One is the inflation. Again, because based on the detailed design, we cannot build a warm storage building to the capacity that was designed with the funding we have. So that's one thing. Based on inflation, costs have gone up. Secondly, it's the wash bay of 1.5 million. That's the estimate we have now. One of the biggest things that we hear, two things. One is the salt really has a negative impact on our equipment. It breaks down the electrical, it breaks down the metal. So that's one thing. So with a proper wash bay, equipment will come in washed. And then secondly, the more we're going to store into a warm storage, if it's full of salt, there's a good chance it's going to corrode faster. So really what this is really truing up, if the authority had not elapsed, we would have had to come here for very little funding, right? It's already reflected in our long-term plans, that 4.2 million that elapsed. It's just with the detailed designs and the change of scopes because of inflation.
2.7 million of inflation.
What's that?
4.9 to 4.2 to 6.9, right? That's what you're looking at?
It would be 6.9 minus 4.2,
Yeah,
but in there,
2.7 in inflation.
but in there, there's a wash bay, right, of
Okay.
1.55. So if council decides to go with an alternative and not have the wash bay, that's an option as well. It'll be just slightly over the authority that was needed.
Okay, so in the financial part of the CRF, should I say that this is going to impact future budgets, or is that just a poor phrase to be used at the time, and 350,000 for the next 10 years plus additional operating cost?
Well, overall, if you look at the difference between the 4.2 and the 4.2 and the 6.9, if you bond that over 10 years, it will impact your budget at the same interest rate by around 350,000. Now, interest rate goes lower, it's going to impact less. Interest rate goes higher, it's going to impact more. So, but that, I mean, it's the same that does occur with any capital addition that we would have in the city.
Okay, I know we need the project. I understand we need the project. I just had to ask those questions because there seems to be some, to me, it's not straight in my mind until now. So I thank you for that. So thank you, Your Worship.
Conseiller Léger.
Thank you, Councillor Léger. Thank you, Your Worship.
Your scope has changed. And, you know, you talk about the fact that it's important that we have warm storage and that we clean the vehicles. But so you're going from the initial building was going to be 28,000, almost 29,000 square feet, the warm storage, and you're cutting it, it's being cut in half, right, to 14,000 square. The expansion of the existing warm storage going from to, okay, I'm sorry, and you're going to expand it to that. So what is it that was adjusted in the scope, adjusted in the project? Because it talks about the fact that the construction estimates were substantially higher than available budget funds, around $28 million. Just give me a feel for it.
Push the button.
Look at the phasing explanation of the project. There was 4 phases.
Yeah.
Phase 1 was to do a conceptual design.
Yeah.
Phase 2 was actually the logic was to rebuild a garage.
Right.
And also central stores. Sort of mimic the design of 94.
Right.
Right? Work was done. Estimates came back, $28 million. So we had to say that's not going to really work at this point in time. So we're more or less going to leave everything status quo. Central stores will stay central stores. Fleet will stay as fleet. And then we'll take the warm storage that has a function of storing our equipment today and making it to match what we really need for equipment storage. Because the fleet was going to give us what was going to be the old garage when the new one was going to be built, right? So we're trying to find space for equipment, but at the same time, we were thinking if we're going to build brand new, maybe the garage is a better place because people work there all day versus equipment that just gets stored, right?
And will there be eventually a new build for central stores, for example? Because it's a pretty antiquated little building.
It's not on today's radar. Actually, condition of central stores is not terrible.
No, okay.
The warm storage was actually the old fleet garage at one time, years and years back. But that's at a point where we got to put money into it to keep it, or we tear it down and replace it. So, but yeah, central storage right now has a function. It seems to work the way it is.
So you're pretty satisfied with this moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I think it matches what we need to look at for today's, and our fleet has grown and our response has grown. So it's time, right?
Yes,
So,
no, absolutely. Okay, thank you. Merci.
Il n'y a pas d'autres questions. Donc, on passe au vote, c'est ça?
Seeing no other questions, let's move on to the vote.
Merci, c'est unanime.
Thank you. Passed unanimously.
CAO is going to introduce this.
Thank you. In late May of 2025, the city received a complaint under the city's whistleblower program. It was related to conduct by Councillor Bourgeois. In accordance with our whistleblower policy, if there are complaints against elected officials, they're to be dealt with under the Code of Conduct for Elected Officials bylaw. So we hired an independent investigator who conducted an investigation. That was Dominique Fontaine of McGinnis Cooper, and she's here this evening. We've attached to the council report form an executive summary of her confidential report, and that executive summary contains her findings and recommendations. So there's no administrative recommendation with this item under the Code of Conduct bylaw. It's up to council to decide whether to adopt corrective actions and what sanctions, if any, should be imposed. Dominique Fontaine is here. If council wants, she can run through the process of her investigation and her findings, but otherwise she's available to answer any questions that council may have.
Merci, merci Nick.
Thank you, Nick. Councillor Bourgeois. Thank you, Your Worship. About a year ago, during our proceedings about my deliberation proposing to reduce the amount of surface parking in the downtown, apparently I talked in an unpleasant tone. I raised my voice and I have good reasons for doing so, but I did not think that I was disrespecting anybody. Regardless, I apologize to Jacques Doucet and to Hélène Aucoin, with whom I had discussions in this regard. I never thought that our discussions were disrespectful. That was not my intention because I respect you too much for that. But I become a bit passionate when democracy is at stake. I will repeat my apology in a letter, in writing. I will explain why I raised my voice, and I will send a copy to the CAO and to council. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Bourgeois.
So, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this? Le Conseil Léger.
Merci, Madame la Maire.
Councillor Léger. Thank you, Your Worship.
To apologize, which Councillor Bourgeois has done now, and also to put the apology in writing. I would feel that that's acceptable in terms of, at least in my view.
Okay. Merci, Conseil Léger.
Thank you, Councillor Léger.
I don't see any comments. So does this mean that we move a recommendation or we just? So, Conseiller Léger. Oui, Conseiller Adjet.
Councillor Adjet. Thank you, Your Worship.
Our lawyer Dominique Fontaine, there's a recommendation, and I would move the recommendation, both items.
So you would move the recommendation. To apologize, is that correct? The recommendation to apologize, oui?
Did you want me to read it?
Yes, please.
Recommendation as follows: Councillor Bourgeois be directed to apologize for his disrespectful behavior in writing to the General Manager, Sustainable Growth and Development Services, and to the General Manager, CFO. And number two, Councillor Bourgeois receive a letter of reprimand from Council, specifically advising him that a subsequent similar act of misconduct on his part will be seen as cumulative. That would be the key word. And he faces a more significant sanction should he be guilty of misconduct in the future. It is recommended that the letter of reprimand direct Councillor Bourgeois to address directly with the CAO his perceived concern that administration is attempting to influence political decisions.
I have a second to that motion. Councillor Leblanc. So we would go to the vote, is that correct?
Councillor Leblanc.
If not, we're going to go to the vote. We will.
I just wanted to clarify that under the bylaw, Councillor Bourgeois doesn't vote on this item.
Merci, Nick. We have two nay votes, Councillor Richard, Councillor Crossman. The motion passes.
Councillors Richard and Crossman.
Next are readings of bylaws, and the first three are first readings, and council's already given me permission to give these readings. And a reminder to citizens that the following bylaws will be posted online in lieu of reading them into the record at a future meeting pursuant to section 15.3A. 2A and B of the Local Governance Act or the same can be faxed, mailed, or emailed to interested parties, or they can come to our office and see. So the first bylaw is relating to People's Park Tower, a bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.66, People's Park Tower. It's a first reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z222.66, Tour People's Park. C'est la première lecture. Second 11.2 is a bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.67 Corey Craig Drive. This is the first reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la Ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.67 Promenade Corey Craig. The next is a bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z 122.14. 259 Université. Did that one go through? Can somebody refresh my mind? It's been so long. Did Université went through, eh?
We,
okay. Just want to make sure these are second readings. I'm sorry, my apologies. I will need a mover and a seconder for me to give that reading.
Could I have Councillor Crossman, Councillor Bourgeois? Second.
A vote.
So vote, évidemment.
No, we can do a.
Do we have to move to a vote?
Councillor Crossman.
Conseiller Crossman. Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, I will give second reading. Where are we? Bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z 122.14.259 Université, second reading, arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 122.14.259 rue Université. I need permission for third reading.
Donc, conseiller Richard et conseiller Legit. On va passer au vote.
Oui.
Ça marche pas, là.
Non, ça va monter.
It's not working. It'll come up.
There you go.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci.
Now for third reading, a bylaw and amendment of a bylaw relating to the adoption of the City of Moncton's municipal plan being bylaw Z 122.14259 Université, third reading. Arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté concernant l'adoption du plan municipal de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 122.14.259 Avenue Université, troisième lecture. Next is the zoning bylaw for that same address. I need permission to give second reading.
Conseiller Leblanc, conseiller Léger. Donc, on passe au vote.
Oui. Oui.
Motion carried unanimously.
A bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.59.259 University. Second reading, arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.59.259 Avenue Université, deuxième lecture. I will require permission for third reading.
Conseiller Kingston et conseiller Leblanc. Conseiller Leblanc. On va passer au vote. C'est formidable. Motion carried unanimously.
Bylaw and amendment of the City of Moncton zoning bylaw being bylaw Z 222.59.259 University Avenue, third reading, arrêté portant modification de l'arrêté de zonage de la ville de Moncton sur l'arrêté Z 222.59.259 Avenue Université, c'est la troisième lecture.
Conseiller Bourgeois et conseiller Léger. Oui, c'est beau.
Non, on va juste passer au vote. Ils ont déjà donné, ils ont déjà. Ah, moi, je parle de YouTube. I think we've already done it. I just gave all third readings, so yeah, we're not, okay. Ignore this vote. This was not supposed to come up. Sorry, Diane. That you already gave me permission to give that reading and I gave the reading. So the rest of the bylaws did not go through. They've been postponed. They will be brought back the April 7th meeting. Next is appointments to committees in nomination au comité. I believe you have some this evening.
Oui, merci, Madame la greffière. J'ai
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I have Michelle Duffy.
Library, Baruch Zahar. Donc, donc, I need a mover and a seconder for those nominations. Monique Leblanc and Conseiller Crossman. we'll go to a vote, no? Oui. Électronique?
Oui.
Motion carried unanimously. Merci. Conseiller Bourgeois, on adjourne la soirée. Voulez-vous rester ici pour un autre 2 heures?
Councillor Bourgeois, can we adjourn? Do you want to stay for another 2 hours? Thank you, Councillor Richard.